She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice, look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. 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 Don't need you to like You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like.
you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you know? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost.
It's week 5 of the NECC. We've got more collegiate high-level action coming your way. I'm Light Rose. Joining me is Jazzman, replacing Happy for this week at least. And it'll be nice. Him and I have duoed for Element 2, and I hope you're happy to be here.
Sure. Yeah. It's good to be here now in the perspective of a collegiate player. I've done my time, so I'm ready to see how these teams play against each other. And obviously, you have a kind of an odd situation where you have UCF fresh off of a LAN victory, going up against a team that wasn't even there. So, a really interesting game that we have. It could be an absolute blowout, but it could also turn some heads and give us a little bit of surprise.
Yeah, both of these teams do have a good record. UCF is 4-1, and OC Esports are 3-2. Both of those losses coming off of Fisher Falcons, and one of those losses from OC Esports also came off of OSU Scarlet. So right now, on paper, the UCF Knights technically do look better. Here's that main roster. We're going to have Panther subbing in from that B team. So UFC Knights may have like one player down compared to their normal 5, but I don't think it'll bother them too much.
Yeah, and a lot of recognizable names on this team. Bales and Maui have been absolutely insane for this squad. Caleb has also been I'm pretty sure he's their IGL. I might be incorrect about that. I just remember him, me and him interviewing during that LAN. But yeah, a pretty strong squad. I think they've almost come out of nowhere to kind of just become a really dominant force in Rainbow Six Collegiate. And obviously, you mentioned their loss to Fisher, who is currently one of the most esteemed teams in this scene, along with OSU Scarlet. So a tough competition out there right now, and UCF are one of those teams.
The other side of the coin, Oklahoma Christian, a team that we've actually seen on cast. We got to cast the Fisher Falcons game. They didn't maybe have the greatest game, but like I said, both of these teams have lost to Fisher. Fisher is looking like the dominant team in this entire bracket, and it's going to be up to somebody to take them down. And right now, you could say it's the fight for second or third place, and whoever comes out on top might get even closer to getting there.
Yep. Lots of a great game this should be, and I think it'll definitely set the pace forward for how this league is going to go. UCF could become a very problematic team if they win this, but OC Esports could kind of be a big surprising team that I feel like some of these teams in NECC aren't used to. You don't see OC all that much pop up in like that debate for a top collegiate team. So if they could get a win and start running away with a good record on their back, that could be absolutely massive for their chances going forward. And to take a game off of UCF would be an absolutely great achievement. And I think that these players are very excited to actually get into this game. I'm hoping that they're ready because we got ourselves the maps, and Bank is one of those maps. And I think UCF are pretty good at Bank from what I remember.
We also have Chalet, which we have had Chalet every single week, despite only having, I haven't even think we've reached a map through, I think we did once. Chalet has just been so prevalent in every single week. It's gonna come through again. It's going to be OC Esports pick. They went there versus Fisher Falcons, did not come out on top, but clearly they feel a little bit confident no matter the opponent, and they're going to have to take that in map 2. So we'll see if UCF, if they can take map 1, they can take map 2, and we just completely nix Clubhouse as our decider.
In the world of collegiate, Fisher Esports versus pretty much any team is like Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. Unfortunately, that is just a good team. They are really, really good, and they're made up of ex-cop players. Players that I think don't get a lot of credit for their gun skill, particularly Beezer. That guy's absolutely insane and was actually a pretty decent competitive player. Just I don't think he was very much on. I don't think he was on very a lot of established teams, so he doesn't get a lot of credit for his work outside of collegiate. But inside, a dominant force to be sure, along with that rest of that team and the system that Fisher has. They have a ton of esports programs, but this isn't about them. Let's get into the map 1 between Bank, on Bank between UCF Knights and OC Esports. Two teams that are, I wouldn't say equal in terms of standings. Obviously, UCF are just a little bit higher, but in skill, we'll have to wait and see.
Bank ban phase shouldn't be too crazy. I think you might see a Ying. Second ban, maybe a Dekebi, Jackal. It's all just up to prep. The ban phase is a little normal. I wonder if it's going to change going into next season. Because the introduction of the ACOGs, maybe we'll start seeing some Wamai get played more, which maybe teams want to kind of kneecap a fragging player, because ACOGs are back on the defense and the attack, so I think those entry players, despite the slower ADS time, might be enabled. Now, this is the opinion of somebody who's kind of outside that frag-heavy playstyle. I don't know about your opinion, whether or not it's better or worse.
You want my opinion? I mean, I would love to tell you. I am a beast with ACOGs, so therefore they're good for the game, I think.
Okay, well, I love that, but look, I've been crutching on that Mark 14 EBR all day on the TTS, so I'm a fan of the ACOG, but
that is an interesting thing to actually bring up, because I feel like what we gathered from that patch is that the DMR meta is not going anywhere. DMRs are going to shatter Azami barriers next season, which is going to be very important, I think, to the ban phase, because you won't see Azami banned all that much. She's going to be really weak compared to her current state right now, where you'll see her brought on lockers and CCTV. This isn't even a site you see Azami in a lot, but they're bringing her anyways. That just speaks to the power of Azami and the draw of Azami. A very good operator indeed, depending on how you play her. That is the ultimate question. I'm definitely going to be looking at Dusty to see where he's going to be playing them, because maybe it's a top floor extension without a castle? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that we usually do see some Azami get played upstairs. In that open area, if you can finish up your setup pretty quickly, you play right under the hatch, and a lot of times teams are going to start their entry from there because it gives you great access to vertical, gives you great access to hatches. But right now, it seems that the Kiba barriers are mainly going to be used to set up servers, so it could be a very big server-sided hold with that smoke, with the Wamai to keep that player protected behind there. As UCF, they only bring the ace and the secondary hard breaches, so that's going to be 3 hashes that they can open. And if OC Esports can play that delay game, like you see Drollus on the stairs along with codes in open area, OC Esports does have a great formula for taking UCF all the way down to those single digits, which is what you want on this basement site.
On the contrary, one thing that I'm starting to notice about this upstairs hold is that the only thing they have dedicated towards that defense is the Mozzie. So if that's kind of just something that you can pluck out if you're UCF, that could potentially crumble this entire defense. But you also have a stack towards blue. You have him doubled up. I can't tell who that is. I'm gonna assume that's Drollus on the shotgun with the smoke. You also have Dusty up marble. Yeah, so there's definitely some fallbacks here from OC Esports, but UCF Knights have plenty of ways to deal with a player inside of open area if they were to isolate it. They have a Buck who can potentially make Vert. They have Drake on the Grim to maybe spot out where Codes would be without even having to drone him. Dusty will fall back from Marble, and it seems like UCF definitely want that top floor control.
So far, it's been going pretty easy. They haven't faced a lot of opposition. Their side, they've been able to get these hatches open. Hasn't been somebody trying to take an equal contest, because the only player who can actually have equal access is going to be Drolis, and his job is not to actually take gunfights. It's just to hold this blue stairs area with all of the utility by their side. I do wonder, with UCF Knights, they've had all this space, but I don't feel like they've actually been able to do a lot with it. And now you're starting to see the burn that all of the strategy that the defense has is built for, and this could be absolutely detrimental for UCF Knights. On this basement attack, they have surely not taken enough time, not have that quickness that you really want.
Ace used on the blue hatch. That is a new one. They're using it to maybe clear out angles, but they're going to need to save at least one for the wall if they're able to get inside of blue, because so far it has not been easy with that stall from Drolis, and they haven't decided to push anyone dirt just yet. Caleb is sitting outside waiting for the call to happen, but the Azami is actually doing so much work right now in terms of stalling power as well as coverage over the map, and as Drolis gets a pick, he's able to get at least traded. Codes is taken down by Panther, but Caleb, he takes down Kaida, and somehow server control is established in the dying seconds of the round by UCF Knights, but they still have a smoke downstairs. Not a very well-timed Finka boost there. Sadex gets the kill and makes it even. 16 seconds left, and it's all falling apart for the Knights as it's a double kill for Sadex. Drolis has retaken blue, and whether he knows it or not, he has full control over this site. It's just Dusty for 2, and UCF just takes so much time. They stall outside a server, and their contingency plan inside a garage falls by the wayside to give OC Esports their first round.
That's a great defense from OC Esports. You could see what their plan was from the very beginning. UCF Knights didn't. They had all this access to open area, stab, and did not put any pressure onto the areas that mattered. It took a while for them to get the hatches. They didn't do anything with blue until around a minute 15. Then Drolis was able to pop the Goyu canisters, stay behind the Kiba barriers, use his own smoke canisters. And we're not even talking about the Goyo canisters that are still on the site, ready to be popped, ready to waste all this time. And that is the crux of it all, Adam, was time for UCF Knights. They didn't put it together quick enough, so everything that they had at the last second was just a little bit rushed, and it's not shocking that they lost it. But I love that from OC Esports. You get the first round going, you may be able to get a little bit momentum that you really couldn't get when you faced Fisher a couple weeks ago. So now you go up to the second floor, you hope to continue that streak with the Azami, with the Smoke, and now the Echo instead of the Goyo.
For UCF Knights, it's a matter of more explosives. You have the Flores, you have the Zofia. You also have a Capita, which is obviously not the explosive that I mentioned, but also plenty of clear. Now, problem with that is that Codes has Warden, so you're going to have to be very careful with how you use those Capitao bolts. No fast execute is going to work if Codes is in the right place at the right time. But fast might not be the name of the game. You also have Caleb on that Osa, which speaks to me like square control is going to be the first priority. But with no hard breach on the board, what are they going to do? They're not going to push Kanto. They're going to open a Kanto wall. Where's their control going to come from?
Usually without a hard breach, that can eliminate some score. You do have the single, but it's just such a risk with the Warden, with the Echo. So I think it's going to come potentially from a log desk, but they just swing on in. That is so massive to attempt, and they're getting the diffuser down. The Echo has to be there.
Warden! Warden! The smoke! Where are you? Dusty! At least gets one, but the plant is down. I think we forgot what operators we were. There is an Echo, and there is a Warden, and neither were there for that denial. The Codes is getting 2, and all of a sudden UCF are falling apart. They don't even have a hard breach, and they still try and get inside the site. A 2 versus 5. Bales is on the window, but he's already getting pressured. What can Drake do? Drolis is defusing, and there's the first kill. The defuse, the counter defuse comes out. Dusty's outside, and the player inside is down.
I cannot believe. Are you kidding me? There is so much to digest there, Adam, as it ends so anticlimactically. That is why when the diffuser gets down in that specific site, it's bad news, because you have to take those risks to jump out, and if you don't get the kill, you die. You have just thrown away a body for absolutely nothing. I thought OC Esports were going to pay for the post plan, and it seems like a smart decision given that they do have some map control, but this is the wrong site to do that, because UCF just play outside the windows, have multiple players in multiple different angles, and it's OC Esports who have to roll the dice, make the gamble to jump out, and clearly it did not work there. So we have to ponder as to what OC Esports were thinking with the smoke, the echo, and the warden in pocket, yet no contestation on the diffuser going down, and of course, the idea to not really put a contest in the first place. I just scratch round 2. If you're OC Esports at this point, go again. It's 1-1. You've definitely got a good plan. You just have to initiate it in action.
That's right. It's time for a reset, and no better way to do it than swapping over to open area. One curious thing is that the entirety of the office triple wall is reinforced, but yet you still have Drolis and Sadex extended over there. So I don't know if this is going to be them taking a more aggressive stance over by that square side, but that's if UCF were to join that out. They'll know that Archives is completely locked away from the rest of the map, and the only way to get out is through bottom marble. So for UCF, and I'm not sure if this is going to be something they recognize, but marble control is very important, because that is absolutely the best cutoff angle that you're going to have on this attack, and it seems like at the very least they'll get their start on that top floor. Dusty already starting to feel some pressure, and typically whenever you have a roamer upstairs, they're playing with minimal setup. They're kind of just there to waste time, and that's Dusty's job, and you can see that he's already going to try and make something happen on that run out, but the timing just isn't there for them. As a matter of fact, it goes from bad to worse as Drake makes his way into ATM. Sadex is going to try and swing from Tellers, but he's spotted out, and of course he's going to be spotted out because that's the only door that OC could peek from. This is already a huge amount of control for UCF.
You have the time to break down these castles. You may not be Maui or have those secondary hard breaches, but you got the Fist of Drake and you have the time to whittle those down. You can kind of hear the soft punches going away. This top floor has been taken by the UCF Knights. Dusty was that player holding up top, made the rotate down to that first floor lobby area, and then just got dusted, as his name says. This is going to allow Panther and Maui to wreak havoc on the floor. And while this is a okay site for vertical destruction, it mainly covers the preliminary areas and not exactly the site itself. That staff area is going to be pretty clear, but you have to worry about the horizontal as well if you're OC Esports, because that is where Drake has struck true to the heart.
Take control of Archives, and with it completely reinforced off, that was a pretty easy pinch to have, yet you're still locked away from E2, from that elevator side, because of Kitagod playing inside to the right of Drake. And whether he knows it or not, he needs to win that gunfight, because that is pretty much the only extended control that OC Esports have that denies them entry to site. As Codes dies, Kitagod is actually rotated away, and Drolis is downstairs. So there's only one player on site currently, and no players there to contest the walk-in except for Drolis. It's a triple for Drake, but Drolis has to back up. He has the diffuser, but he is stuck in this doorway. Diffuser recovered by UCF Knights. A swing from Drolis. Perfect timing. And now as Drake goes for that plant, it's just Maui holding this angle. He'll back up, and that's the right move to make, but still holding it. Drake will get the plant down at the very least. So now Drolis has to make a choice. Where does he go? There is no rotating Archives, so he has to go in through staff. And UCF Knights are going to know that. Just waiting for Drolis. He's making so much noise, and Maui. Very simple cross there. And UCF Knights just continuing to dominate on this attack, at least for the past 2 rounds.
Round 1, I really highlighted how good OC Esports were at setting up their strategy and following it to a T. I'm not really seeing that in the following 2 rounds. You go back to CEO. There was a lot to consider on there. Then we head over onto open area. Where was the defense? What was the play? Was it from the roam downstairs or roam upstairs? What were you trying to do to keep the attack from getting control of the site and getting that diffuser down? And it's kind of a rhetorical question because there is no answer. They had nothing, Adam, and that's the problem. They can go back to the basement here, and hopefully UCF will be able to read into that, go quicker, but the other sites are really, really a bit of a drawback for this OC Esports defense.
It feels like a lot of pressure is being put on the roamers of OC Esports to deliver. Like, the entirety of the round is on the hands of the roamers who are off-site for them to waste enough time. But when a UCF hit the site, once they get rid of the roamers, they'll notice that, like, wait, the site structure and setup is extremely weak. Like, we could just walk in kind of weak. It seems like there's a big separation between the roamers and the anchors, and you can literally see that with physical barriers inside of the site, and I keep bringing it up. Whenever they had that open area hold, they reinforced off the Tellers wall in between Tellers and Small Office where Sadex is currently sitting. The reason why that's so bad is because that's the only exit from Tellers. You either had to go through the Tellers rotate, which wasn't there, or go through archives. UCF said, well, we'll just take lobby and just force your players inside of Tellers to fight us because they have no way out. It was so simple. And once OC Esports were cleared, the roamers were cleared, there were only 2 anchors left. 2. That's it.
Back to the bread and butter, though. With that basement side, Yazami, the smoke, over in blue. I said it was up to UCF now, and I still think that rings true because UCF were the ones that went slow in the first round, despite the massive amount of control they had. I think they're changing that. You can see with Panther and Bales rushing on in, getting a lot of control of that top floor. They do have to worry about Codes. Droll is still on the stairs, but Codes is going to drop. I don't even think there was any pressure onto the Mozzie. I'm a bit surprised that you just wouldn't maybe fire back a mag, you know, do something, give the illusion that there is a defender that this team has to worry about. But no, it's UCF Knights. Either they fight themselves here and ruin their chances at winning this attacking round, or take it easy, do the basics of attacking here, and actually put pressure on blue, like you're seeing Drake sort of do, but without any real reason to push forward. There's no teammates around him.
Yeah. You have to kind of go quick because Drolis has plenty of denial to work with, and I think that's what failed UCF Knights at the end. Was they just realized that, holy crap, like, server is stacked. This was our way in, and we didn't even notice that they had a zombie, that they had a smoke, that they had Goyo canisters, they had barbed wire. They're doing the same thing again. So now that they know how to deal with this, I'm wondering if speed is going to be an issue. You can already see that one change that they have made is they're opening the server hatch all the way, which is a great start. Now you can actually get utility through there. You can drop as an option, and Drolis is locked. Wait, he is stuck inside a server. Both of the Goyo canisters popped at each corner, so he is going to be fighting here till the bitter end. And as Bales is starting to make progress towards server, Kinnegod actually tags up Caleb through dirt. They still can't crack this, even if they try, as Caleb dies inside of dirt. Drake is next to fall to the smoke, but Drolis gets traded at the very least. That's Diffuser. Kinnegod caught on the reload. Bales is able to take server control. At the very least, UCF Knights have a way in.
It's a risk putting a lot of your resources into something like server with how badly OC Esports reinforced it. They are going to be able to get that revive. So it's a 4v3, and you have all 3 Selmas that you're able to use. 30 seconds. That is so much time to work with, but without Goyo canisters, those should dissipate very quickly. Only the C4 of Codes, but Sadex hits a wonderful shot, and suddenly it's 3-3. It is UCF who has to rush things here.
Codes has a C4, but he's all the way inside of Garage. He's not playing for that denial, and he just dies. That is a waste of life there. Same with the drop, though. 2 versus 1. Dusty left all on his own. Sadex is down inside of red. UCF won't confirm, so they may have no idea. A res might be the best option, but Dusty is just going to take the 1v2 instead. He walks in and he gets the kill inside his server. Now backs up to res Sadex, and now it's a 2 versus 1. Bales. Drones in pocket, from what the HUD is telling me. I might be wrong about that. But is there info on the bomb? The long arm is an absolute failure from Dusty. And now Sadex has to try. Half the time is gone. He has 10 seconds left. He has to stick this. He's going to, but the drop from Bales is all too easy. And NECC is looking a lot more difficult for OCE as UCF Knights are doing work right now on this attack. 3 in a row for them.
Things were looking so scared for UCF, but OC Esports still could have dragged it back on the end. Because with Sadex's shot, putting it down to a 3v3, that wastes even more time because that diffuser has to be picked up with less players watching it. And so why was Mozzie in Garage the one player who has that plant denial? Because plant denial is the name of the game on server. It's why you see a Goyo. It's why you see a Smoke. You can throw in Echo, Maestro, and Tachanka. I have seen all 5 of those, not at the same time, but all 5 of those rotating because they're a form of plant denial because it's this one small area that you have to plant in as the idea. You don't have to, but most teams choose to go there, and all it takes is one smoke canister, one Goyo, one C4 in that specific instance. I know you're trying to get the angle, but it's just so dangerous to play like that when your fallback should always be that plant denial on that specific site. With OC Esports, their contingency plan, their main goal on that basement site didn't work out, and now they have the chance of falling 5-1 if things continue to go the way that they did in the previous half.
Definitely a big moment for OC Esports if they can bounce back and pull this one a little bit back. I think they know that UCF Knights are going to go for that execute because, well, they're bringing the same operator, so they should find out soon. But there is a lack of anything to deal with it. You only have Sadex with those impact grenades, and he can't be on his drones and also worrying about the Osa shields at the same time. So, with no C4, I am definitely a little bit concerned that your only denial is the smoke and the echo. I'm hoping that that's going to be enough, considering that Sadex wasn't really denying the plant last time it was going down. It seems like the lack of info inside of the bomb site itself is really what harmed OC Esports last round, and it's just kind of one of those mistakes that you can brush off and fix. That's if OC Esports are even aware of that.
I think they've set up contingency plans if it goes wrong. Like, you saw the yokai placed under the desk when previously it was really out in the open, and it got shot, which is why Sadex couldn't get the easiest of denials. I think it's still there. And you can see with that IQ scanner underneath, maybe checking out if there are any things you can take out, maybe some C4s that are set up.
What?
Dusty has no information, walks right in the open. Panther could get 2 for 1,
What?
and does! And why even try to go for a complicated strategy when you could just fight back and get inside the site?
How the gap for OC Esports is the bomb site itself. What do you even do at that point? If the gap is the site, like, that is just bad planning. Caleb is already inside, and he has the diffuser. He's just waiting for the perfect chance to plant. No more smoke grenades from Drollus, so now is the time. Maui jumps into stock, and it's starting to fall by the wayside. UCF are in, and there is nothing stopping them from getting this plant down now. No more denial. Echo is dead. Smoke grenades are gone. And Caleb is planting. Drollus is not even contesting because he can't. There's an Osa shield. Panther goes down, but it's a 3 versus 2. Kitagod's going to get caught out by Drake walking up Spiral, and Drollus is now left in a 1 versus 3. He might not even know that he downed Panther at the very least. This could be a 1 versus 4 for all he knows, but a beautiful shot from Drollus at the very least. What's this? The 2v1. Very winnable, but unfortunately, Bales on that rappel is too strong. And OCE. We're now down 4-1.
It seems like things are just getting worse. Because that... Dusty, obviously, falls, having no information. That's something you really want to take back. But then that second contest, I think that just drives the round right into the grave. Because you've essentially acquiesced a good part of Janitor and all of Square, which is going to give so much control on over to the attack. And without the Warden, you can't see those smokes, which was a big part of the UCF attack the first time they were over on CEO. So I think there's just a lot of things that kind of go off the rails, that seem to be in place if the same attack happened, but without those 2 players, you don't have the angles you can contest. Like I said, just all goes crazy for that defense. We're going third time in a row for this basement side. We're 1-1, best of 3 essentially, and OC Esports desperately need to get that 4-2 half. If they don't, they have to go onto the attack, which is not very strong in this meta, and win 5 rounds out of 6, which is going to be really difficult against a good UCF team like this.
This is our map pick, so we can at least give OC Esports that. But it's still troublesome. I think one of the things that you highlighted actually a few rounds ago was that they only dedicate the Mozzie up here, and as soon as the Mozzie hears like a whimper of like a footstep, he's gone. He's out of there. They are like committing to this roam, but they're not. If you're gonna commit to the roam, bring the castle or put the Azami upstairs. Drake is already inside of elevator, and Codes, well, he has no idea. Or maybe he does. He's just playing really passive now. But again, it just speaks to the weakness of this attack. Or of this defense. Like he's in, and he's just doing all this. And if they're going to contest top floor, you might as well do something with it. Add some pressure here. Codes is in a good spot at the very least. So if there is an info gap for UCF, well, there isn't. Drake just dropped inside of elevator. There's a whole gap inside the site. Again, OC Esports are not even holding the site that they're meant to defend the plant from. This plant is going down. It's a 5v5, and the plant is going down. Codes is dead. Sadix gets a good trade, but he's taken down, and it's a double kill for Drake. All of a sudden, it's just Kittigat and Dusty. 2 versus 4. Dusty's upstairs. Where is this fight coming from? Absolutely nowhere. A triple for Drake, and a second for Panther.
It seems like the plan was, no, guys. The problem was we didn't have enough rovers on the basement site. This is something where you throw like 1 or 2 players max because you want the players to be there to deny the plant. I feel like a broken record because I harped on it so much the last basement round talking about the plant denial on the basement site. There is no feasible way as the attack you should get that bomb down in a 5v5. When we panned over to that server side and I saw 1 player, I was flabbergasted. And they were going for the Hail Mary, and they had a 65 overall. It did not work.
This is me subbing my 21 overall kicker to be my QB for the game. This is what it is. This is what OC Esports is. 5-1 on this attack. And nothing to show for it. It's crazy what drones can do for you sometimes. I don't know. It just seemed pretty simple. UCF Knights just went and got a drone inside the site with literally 0 problems because the Solus is banned. They figured out where the gap was, and the gap was usually pretty obvious because OC Esports overextend. And then what? They just walk in. There was a literal gap inside an elevator where the Mozzie could have been contesting. But speaking of gap, Codes has almost found one. He downs Bales and tries to finish him off for good measure. Nearly didn't catch that kill, but good timing there through the wall, able to find him at the very least. But immediately followed up with a trade. Panther is all the way outside. And yeah, he pays the price.
It's not bad. I mean, you get the 1-for-1, so the revive goes through, and instead of being a 4v3 or maybe even a 5v3 if Panthers run out didn't work, because it's always a risk doing that, end up just in an odd situation where you don't have a roamer as the defense, but you don't have anything on the offense that is really going to help you kind of breach that vertical, maybe make it a little bit easier once you're on over towards that office side. Good black eye usage, having no idea, not even hearing the beepers. Caleb, no! It can't go like this. Sadex is hit. Now it's just a 1v1 to potentially decide the future of this round. Both of these teams missing Bales. Balls just comes up, finds the headshot. And I think both of those players would just like to kind of scrap that from our minds.
Super Balls to the rescue. Now
it says that's the pronunciation on his sheet.
It was what's on the back of his jersey too. You didn't know. A little fun tidbit. The roaming smoke is down, and that's a sentence I just said. It's gonna be flashed. I don't even know if he knows he's down, but he does confirm the kill. So Kittigat just claims a free, very important anchor. At the same time, There are still 2 C4s left for Drake and Maui, so it's not all too bad, but you definitely don't want to lose the smoke upstairs, especially whenever he nearly didn't get that 1-for-1. But very least, 3 versus 3. Maui's still upstairs and wasting plenty of time because OC Esports have not even dared to go inside of server, or go inside of open rather. They haven't even tried to fight for it. They're just going to try and head straight into the bomb site. And that's a good play if the small hatch is closed. If the small hatch is open, that might be problematic.
This is unique because most of the time you will see a mirror window played on one side of the wall, but this time it's just all the way back. We're going to see C4s, impacts thrown. I guess it's to offer a lot more vision to that defense, and Maui has the hatch. I think if it has not been over, this is definitely over. Drolis is dropped through the smoke, another player gone through the hatch, and Coach just has to run for his life. He eventually gets dropped too. It's UCF. They go up 6-1 on their own map, looking to clean it out and finish on a great round score.
Yeah, and UCF just had that top floor control for a very extended period of time. As a matter of fact, they had it for 100% of the round, and it wasn't even an issue. It was just pretty much free there from UCF Knights, just sitting on top with no pressure whatsoever from the attack. So that is probably where that all fell by the wayside. Their contingency plan was, guys, we pop the Goyos inside of server, we could take. And that's a very fair assessment. But I think that there was some misinformation on which hatches were open. Wouldn't have done that at all had I known the open hatch was open. Or the, not the open hatch, rather the small office hatch. Because that hatch just stares directly into the default plant and behind the bomb chassis. And it's a risky move to open it, obviously, because if the attack takes it, then they have direct access towards the site. But they had it open, and the gamble paid off, and obviously the Valkyrie just kind of won the round from above. Not even. The smoke, the cover of the smoke actually allowed Drake to swing fearlessly inside of the site and deny that plant. But the hatch definitely helped. UCF Knights now go up 6-1, and they're going to go for that top floor control. OC Esports, they haven't won a round in 6 rounds. Very interesting. Definitely need to bring it back here.
I'll say one thing that UCF Knights were able to get on their attack is in all 5 rounds that they won, they got the diffuser down. I think that's a great way to segue into not letting the attackers get that plant down for free. We saw that a lot on the defense for OC Esports, and we did not see that in that previous round because there was constant attempts to deny it. There was impacts, there were C4s. Eventually, UCF just pushed up and straight up used their guns against the smoke. And now with the CEO site, there isn't going to be a big window play. It's mainly going to be up towards the lobby where the Monty goes up those red stairs. And Codes is gone. Was that on the roof? Did Panther jump out and find the kill over by Square? That is still a difficult one to process. I think it might have been towards the door, but it's still rough to see Codes go 2-8 and potentially end the map like this.
Bomb located by attackers.
This is surely not great.
Oh, it was.
I think, yeah. I think it's,
I didn't
that
see
was
the
like-
little hologram. So.
that is tough. Okay. Our amazing observer, Fallen Griffin, whose Twitter I don't know, and I wouldn't say even if I did know, told us that the player that died was indeed on the roof. So Codes is dead on the roof without even making it to the building, and so are 2 other players. It's just down to Saydex who dies, yada yada, blah blah blah, map 2. Very good work.
No, this Left 4 Dead.
Holy
this
crap!
is terrifying. Oh my god. Okay. Flawless round. Drolis is going to be having nightmares about that, but pretty, I won't say fantastical, because it's about as anticlimactic as you can get for UCF's map pick 7-1. And the only round that OC was able to win was simply because UCF might have, getting their gears turning, might have been waiting a little to get warmed up. But other than that, it's pretty cut and dry as to why UCF did so good as they did, especially on their attack. I don't think OC was really able to get anything going on their attack that showed why they could beat the defense.
At the very least, you have the map switch up next. You have Chalet, the NECC sponsored map, apparently, considering we've seen it all the time. Is that a change of pace? It is not UCF's pick. It is OC Esports' pick. So maybe Bank just wasn't their map. Maybe they've never played it before. Maybe they lost the map ban phase and this isn't the real OC Esports, or maybe this is really just a sign of what's to come, because Chalet's a fairly large map. Medium. We'll say medium. We'll say medium-sized map, but there's plenty of extensions to work off. And I'm kind of hoping that whatever strat they have cooked up isn't similar to the way that they overextended themselves on Bank.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be map 2. We'll see you then.
I need someone to give me demands, so take me away, have your way. You're enough. I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner. I won't break free. Gotta get handle me and discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, shame me. I'm a prisoner. I won't break free. Just lock me up,
I'm here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. 'cause I'm stuck in limbo. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it.
Hello, welcome back to NECC. We got OC Sports versus UCF, and if you missed the last map, it was pretty quick, so I don't blame you. 7-1. We were not brought for a I was expecting a good game, but absolutely not what happened. We got Chalet next though, and it's a chance for OC Sports to turn things around.
Also, depending on what site they start in, as you can see on the map selection, it's going to be on the attack. Just something we didn't get to see too much of on Bank. We got to see 2 rounds in particular, and one of them was a flawless, and the other one was a very half-hearted basement attack that fell apart at the last second. So here's where we really get to see what they're made of, see what the attack consists of, what its strengths are, what its weaknesses are, and if they can actually pick apart UCF, because there was nothing of the sort on that first map. It was all UCF all day, and it wouldn't be a very exciting game if it was just UCF coming in 7-1, 7-1. Surely OC Esports, they're 3-2. They're clearly at least middle of the pack. They can put up a fight. I know they can.
I think that's a good point to make. Obviously, just because it's a 7-1, doesn't mean that they're completely out of the picture. I think we can't doubt them just yet. This is a stronger map for them, hopefully, and I think that it oozes confidence that you're picking Chalet Attack first. Obviously, Chalet Attack kind of lends itself to being a stronger side, so there's that. But I still think that sometimes it can be flipped, and I think that UCF Knights are the team, if any, at the current moment to do it, considering how strong their defenses were, even though we didn't get to see much of them. But we'll have to wait and see, and I think that, at the very least, the confidence in the fact that this is your map pick might help them a long way.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be a Flores ban to start things off. I think you mainly look at Flores to take out some shields, maybe over by Mez, over by that library stairs area. That's really what he's designed for. Thatcherman coming in second, and I feel like that's more of a niche one. Maybe we're going to see some tube around. Maybe we're going to see some bandit tricking because Thatcher's off the board. And Kite as well. So it's bandit or mute. Pick your poison, OC Esports.
Tuberow? Could be.
Would be Tuberow, but I mean, he's designed to just delay, not infinitely keep you out.
I guess that's fair. Who are they actually gonna ban though? They're gonna Valkyrie. Well, that is what they banned last map. Completely fair, and I actually think that really, really, really hurt OC Esports. Considering just the lack of info denial that they had. They brought a Mozzie on basement attacks. I think they actually played Mozzie a lot, but didn't really help them all that much in terms of covering the info inside of the site. So big turnaround we're gonna have to see here from that defense at the very least. And I know that OC Sports are starting out on the attack, but sometimes it's that second half that matters the most. If somehow UCF can get a rolling start on their Chalet defenses, that might be OC Esports' confidence completely shot there. And I think that the Solus ban would definitely help. But that also means that UCF Knights won't be able to play with Solus. And one thing that has changed is that Snackinho is in now for Panther. Panther the 45th. Snackinho played with this team on LAN and won. And that is a more recognizable name to me. He was one of the top performing players on UCF. So that is already a scary prospect.
I'm about to make the dumbest joke of all time.
Oh god.
UCF right now are the Blue Man Group. I mean, I'm gonna see if you can mean what I'm saying when I say that.
Oh, I do.
Oh, they're all blue. They're all blue.
Yeah, they're all blue.
We've run
They
out
were
of
green.
colors, guys.
What would happen if they're green?
They're the Green Man group. Wait, do we have any? There's Thorn.
Right.
Goyo.
How are you gonna do that?
Oh, okay. Now I get it. But
I mean, to be fair, it was yeah. I mean, it's not actually.
ZX is dead.
I know.
Very
I'm tending to more important things. Hold on.
Okay. We'll let you cook.
Okay, no,
Esports.
it's not. Okay, it's not in the original song. That's fair.
The guys, this was really important. We really had to
Had
waste
to confirm, guys.
valuable time and resources. As Snakinho is no way. Okay. Literally Dance Dance Revolution with the keys he was pressing right there, snaking his way out.
The hell was that? Oh my gosh. I love the way he just like was like, oh, I can't go here because there's holes. Oh, but I gotta go here. Nope, this is safe. No, wait, this is safe. None of it was safe. Snakinho with a he got a kill at the very least, so he is traded. That was very funny. Bale's droned out here, not actually aware of how close Dusty is. He bites it from Kittagod. Actually, not Dusty. Wait, no. Kittagod. Oh, on the outside. Okay. I was so confused there. Yeah, Dusty with the wall bang, and it was eventually Kittagod with a finish there. But a down from Maui, peeking the window, gets the trade immediately. UCF Knights are on top of things when it comes to that trade.
They still have a good amount of map control. Solarium isn't done over to the attack. Caleb misses what could be a great kill because it would shut down any OC Esports presence down below because everybody else is worried about the roof. Over by Bathroom, they're not together, not having a unified attack. Drolis is getting a kill on that sunroom window. A lot of times, this is where the primary attack is going to be, and it seems that OC Esports is trying to pull that together. A good shot by Drake. He only has to worry about Drolis on that window, but he can wait as long as he wants. Time is his friend here. He's going to chuck a Zoto canister, make it a little bit harder for the attack to do their job. And I think with the amount of Zoto canisters left and just where UCF is positioned, they seem to have this under control, but it can go wrong very quickly.
No hard breach from OC Esports, and that entire closet wall is reinforced, so they have to walk in through doorways here. Drake trying to tap down Drolis, but it's instead Kittagod, and now Drolis just going to rappel in, and that's his life immediately thrown into the wayside. This is already a pretty rough start, but it was a quick, it was a close round for OC Esports, but it was UCF Knights at the end of the day who could just keep up with the trades, even if OC Esports made progress. They were immediately finding themselves in an equal man count, and that helped UCF Knights towards the end.
I want to say this. Was it a close round for the right reasons? A lot of times, when you have a good siege round, Hack is going to set up their own attack. The defense is going to set up their own defense. They've got their own strats. And ideally, one team's strategy might outweigh the other, or positioning is going to outweigh you. And so then you start to play the trade game where positioning really starts to become key, or you have close rounds that teams are just fighting 1v1s in their own direction. I don't know if you saw what Drake was doing.
I did.
It threw me for a loop there, just absolutely spin botting. But that round was kind of the latter, where it was UCF Knights, they were able to get opening pick, eventually did get traded, and I just think they get this control, and they take these gunfights, they play a little bit sloppy positions, and OC Esports slowly whittle their way back. So it's a little bit of a knock on OC, a little bit of a knock on UCF. They're not playing the best game that they can, and that can change going forward.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this round 2 is going to shape up. One thing that I noticed from the previous round was OC Esports. Wow, they're lack to a relative hard breacher, but at the very least they have one for this round, and they now take down the Tuberou, who's meant to counter that. For some reason, Drake decided that spawn peeking would be the best form of making use of his character there, and, well, absolutely incorrect. Now Kittagod is going to be able to get those walls open with zero pressure on that stall. That adds a lot of pressure onto your roamers here to deliver in terms of how much time that they can waste. It seems like with 2 upstairs, they're going to be having quite the commitment to it. You have Doc above, and I think Snakinho is still positioned towards that solar side, so not sure if the hatch is open. I'm going to assume it is, considering the reinforcement dedicated towards the dining wall. So plenty of options for UCF to play on this roam, but with one less player and one less C4 and one less anchor, who he should be played, it could be troublesome already, but Saquinho at least gets Drolas to start things off.
Ooh. You push it up through that small garage area. Having that impact could be a big detriment to this OC Esports attack, who don't have actually a lot of presence on that first floor. It's mainly going to be these two going through this basement hallway, and just some droning from the others, maybe pushing towards this window. You can see putting a little bit of pressure onto Maui, but it's dangerous to do this alone. It's the 1v1s that you don't have a lot of stock in. Winning Codes take so much damage. They're still alive. They fall to the impact, but it's OC Esports who have the lead. So despite them falling, it's just going to be Caleb on the site who has to get everything done.
That is crazy. The UCF Knights roam just fails completely there. OC Esports were able to just find a way in, and it just completely forces UCF Knights in a horrible position now. Caleb with 1v3 somehow doesn't get flashed. Finds Kinnegar, but finally the flashbang is going to decide to work. 1 versus 2 will push up. That's a really bad Kiba miss. That Kiba would have been so good for him, but it may not matter. He swings onto Sadex and gets it somehow, but Dusty walking in through the red breach manages to claim Caleb, and UCF Knights will take an L on this round, with OC Esports doubling their round count in this series.
I think OC Esports was a little bit dangerous, but at the end there is what you really want when you are in a 1vx, is you want to play the refrag game, and that's what happened. There wasn't enough time for Caleb to whip around and find that kill. It's a good, calm, collected play from OC Esports, and of course, Caleb just able to shoot. It's a little bit scary that it happened the way it did. As pivoting to the round in general, I think a lot of that just falls on UCF. It seemed like it was all coming together with Codesy not able to push up through the basement hallway because, you know, the impacts were there. There was so much pressure coming from inside of the site, and the roam was still hanging about on the first floor, and then just the snap of a finger, it all falls apart just like that. And I can't say too much about it because we weren't able to exactly see what was happening because so much was happening at the exact same time. But losing those two players, having the remaining anchors inside of the site start to fall to pieces, so suddenly you don't have the way to create pinches, which is UCF has been pretty good at. OC Esports are able to grab one, albeit very, very close, and now they gotta deal with a Caveira.
Interesting pick from Drake. I think he's just been running around too much as well, so it's completely fair that they're going to put him on the Cav. I think that's a very good position to put him in. He had an interesting variety of operators. We saw him on Mira a lot on Bank, so you can kind of see that he knows how to play Anchor, which is why I was very surprised that he tossed away his life with that Tubarão. But now they put him on a low, I would say low stock character, you know, very low effort, low, I don't know if stock's the word I want to use, you know, just not a lot of util. Saquinho, also in that same position, just jumps down and gets Sadex for free. The air jab is not enough if you can't have someone to play there for it. That is a unexpected run out that catches OC Esports off guard, and a free pick.
Slow and stealthy. I think just low utility. You're really able to put a lot into yourself to get the job done. Drake and really just walk around the map. Maybe you don't got to worry about drones too much. You just press that ability button, slowly sneak your way around. You waiting for the ability to recharge. There's a bunch of players up on that top floor. Yeah, it was a huge risk going for that. I think maybe Drake wasn't taking it the most seriously, because that's probably not what you want to go about if you're a Caveira in any sense of the word. So it's a 4v4. You don't essentially lose much with that, as much as you would have maybe gained keeping just Sadex alone by themselves. So it's not the worst thing in the world.
It's a good trade, I think. I think the Zofia would have been nice to keep alive, just simply put, because of the shield from Bales. That's about it. You still have a nade from Code, so that is, wow, that is a gnarly scream. Holy
Look,
crap.
Doc has been a screamer for some reason.
He's what?
Okay.
4v3 anyways, though. And UCF Knights have 3 dead. Alloy has no idea of this IQ, and that's a free pick given up. Now with 30 seconds left, they just have site control. Or they have top floor control, rather.
Caleb's still alive. Along with Bale's great pre-fire. And suddenly the timer's gonna start to tick away. Things are getting a little bit dubious. You can't rely on those smokes because Warden is still alive. Is it possible for OC to get through this?
Oh no, Bales is just standing still here. He's a goddamn turret behind this smoke. You can't smoke when there's a Warden, but he's gonna fall off the moment that the player sprints into sight. And there's Bales again. He just needs to hide because Dusty's not even in. How have they let him get away with this? Again, a 2 versus 4. They're owned by the wayside. UCF, thanks to Bales, just claimed that last round tax-free. How has he gone away with that? I'm in disbelief.
They put so much stock into those smoke grenades, and I'm starting to wonder if they realized that a Warden was still alive. If they had the intel to actually go for a smoke plant that you otherwise really wouldn't want to, simply because it's kind of stupid. To do that with a Warden on the board, you are putting yourself at an active disadvantage by giving your opponent essentially a one-way mirror. It's easy as pie for Bales. He can stand still, something you never want to do in Siege. Pick off the diffuser, pick off the player, scrambling to find a way to get back in the round because they just lost their player with single digits remaining. OC Esports, I feel like it's just a flaw when it comes to their information gathering or their decision making. I can't say which, but both of them really do sting, but one of them makes a massive difference on the entire rounds. That would be your decision making. I feel like OC Esports have had some so-so decision making, so going forward, maybe it's something where they just get pressured in the moment, and that's where they struggle.
CF had that problem, I would say, in the first round that they played Bank, and they got rid of it pretty quickly. OC Esports, on the other hand, persistent. See a little bit of confidence wiped out of these attacks. They're just taking so much time to get everything done. It just feels like they don't know what they have. And it could just be a communication issue as well. I mean, we don't really know. Obviously, we're outsiders. We're looking from the outside looking in, but that is a missed drone. Oh my god! They actually have no idea Drake is there, but he actually doesn't know that. So he'll shoot the drone anyway, and that'll kind of alert them to his location. But the fact that they don't know exactly where he is still very problematic. Drolis is going to try and drone him with Sadex, and Codes is also holding outside of West Main. So they're trying to get Drake out of this position, but he still is slithering by with not a single clue from OC Esports as to where this Echo is.
Bales can just stay hard glued to this window. Don't have to worry about a thing. And Codes, a little paranoid. You still haven't put up the best numbers on this map after having one of the biggest difficult KDs in the previous one. Default wasn't shot out. So not only do they have information on the player in the West Wide window, they have information on the player on the trophy room window. UCF Knights have all the information of the world. If OC Esports were struggling with that, UCF is just making it a hell of a lot worse because they control the flow. Right now, Codes is struggling to get inside that window. The apprehension at firing away as Dusty inside of dining room is pinched between two players, and with a minute remaining, OC Esports are just stuck. They have no way forward. The kill onto Bales is going to get them some way in, but there's so many remaining players just stuck in an idea of not knowing where to go.
Drake is hiding in the grass, and they have not found him. That is ridiculous. He's still going to stay there. Absolute beast, this guy is. Absolute animal. He'll get droned out finally, but he has wasted 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and he got a kill onto the Grim. And they still have Sadex downstairs playing for him, but they're starting to make progress towards the site at the very least. Malloy takes him down. They're trying to get the Echo off this plant, but Drake wins the fight against Sadex. That is a game-losing fight right there. Now Kittigat is up next. He'll jump into Trophy, but Drake is still alive. He still has Echo drones to play with. And as Caleb gets Kittigat, Code Z was on the roof this entire time. He finds himself inside the site, but there is nobody left standing inside the top floor. And UCF Knights just get away with highway robbery thanks to that roam. And thanks to the trades, once again.
Like a lion waiting in the grass. It finds its prey. Hungry for more, it stays in the kitchen where food is conveniently made. Adam, and honestly, OC Esports, they have no choice but to feed this lion because that is an Echo that can shut down your plant with a single button. And that's a player directly below you, which at any point could directly flank you. It's just kind of a failed play from the beginning. Because once you lose that Grim, you don't immediately capitalize on the Echo because I had no information. There was absolutely no idea that the player was there, so the response naturally was a little slow. OC Esports, I think they're struggling to get the rocket off the ground in a lot of these instances, and when UCF Knights, they throw one wrench in the mix, and that rocket might explode upon impact. Right? With OC Esports, I think you're hoping for a 4-2 at best. 5-1 still seems in the cards as it did in the previous match.
I'm definitely scared for OC Esports in the way that their confidence is probably feeling after that round, chasing that Echo for the entirety of that round without really getting any forward progress. As a matter of fact, it set them back a lot. To have a plan like fall apart that much, that drastically, is definitely a terrifying prospect, and I think that there's a lot to be had here for OC Esports. They're going to have to try to find some way to crack through this roam. They have a Dokevi. They have the IQ potentially to spot anyone on cams. That's not a bad call, as well as the Echo drones. So that, at the very least, is good util to bring for this. And you can see that the drones are good so far. Sadex has made his way into the top floor, and he's still clearing angles, so maybe he doesn't know if anyone's here, but at the very least, they get the top floor control.
Initial one-on-ones that I talked about, I think it's round 1 and a little bit on Chalet that can decide whether you're, maybe a round is good close or bad close. OC Esports have lent a little bit on the bad close, hoping that these 1v1s would be their ticket to success, that they take them, win them, they get the man advantage, and just, kind of snowball rolling down a hill, they get that round win. But UCF are playing around each other so well, and in most of these instances, like right now, Stiquinho gets 1 kill, almost gets a second. It's actually going to be Bales as more players just wait around the bend, but it's a 3v3. There's those 1v1s. OC Esports has won some of them, and now it's up to UCF if they can rally around themselves and start to win a couple of their own.
This is definitely probably one of the more winnable situations that they found themselves in, but it could turn around so quickly. Staquinho has the info, and IQ has zero idea. Kittigat was there the entire time? Are you kidding me? And Staquinho still gets by. Dusty is dead too. So as we're talking about how, oh, hey, OC Esports, they're not looking too bad. It's a 3 versus 1, and it's a 3 versus none. Staquinho just tears the entire team apart, and this is bad news bears.
How does that happen?
I'm praying to the lords above for the sake of OC Esports that Legion was like on solar the entire time, because there's no other possible way I can imagine him getting by.
And even then, like not having a drone,
right? Like
that is such a pivotal position that you want to hold when you are wrecking the floor, when you are worrying about players over in piano or office. And if you don't have a Nomad or a Gridlock, you need to set up these drones in key positions such as stairways, because they are prime spots for players like Staquinho to walk up, shoot you in the back, and completely shut you down. And that has happened a lot for OC Esports. I don't know how they can fix it, because it feels like a lot of times it's central, like it's teams not realizing that they need to set up these drones and less individual. Not all falling on one player. It's OC Esports, their attack struggling to get off the ground. Their defenses are being outsmarted by UCF. It's hard. I don't want to be mean, Adam. I hate being mean to teams. But in repeated rounds, a pattern emerges. And it feels wrong to not point out those patterns.
It's true on pretty much all the rounds we've seen out of OC Esports. There just always seems to be such a noticeable gap in their intel, whether it be their intel denial on defense or their intel preservation on attack. Whatever it is, they just don't know what's going on around the map. And if they do, they're not calming it to each other. It's one or the other. It has to be, because there have been so many misplays and so many one-on-one engagements that OC Esports have been taking with literally zero reason for it, or zero backup or anything. It's a win-win, obviously. If it's a win for OC Esports if they get the kill, if they win the one-on-one, but they haven't been, because the drones have been so poor that they don't even know where they're taking the one-on-ones. Codes at the very least gets Maui, so they'll shut me up real quick. The dock is dead, and that's very minimal utility got cleared, but that is a gap inside of Office now that Bales and Caleb up above are gonna have to cover.
So you shut off the Caleb rotate through the door.
Oh my.
You don't have the dock to heal that up. So you talked about the lack of utility. It may not help you in winning the round when it comes to, maybe shutting down the plant or finding players, but it's gonna make Caleb's job a lot harder. And there's nobody to directly contest Sadex on this window. Caleb could potentially make a rotate through bathroom, maybe get a jump in, but I would expect that there is an air jab, given all the air jabs are off of the board for OC Esports. Great Brava play from Drolis, though, setting up a drones. I believe there are a couple hacked along with a BP. I don't know if there's any yokais or default cams up, but that is why you love to see a Brava play on the attacking side, because can do things such as that, and they can make a really big impact. But at the end of the day, it's just information, and OC Esports still need to capitalize on that information. Okay, if they let that yokai go through, I was going to be very mad.
Sack the yokai. Drake is still in the grass in the exact same spot that he was in last round, and that is absolute Giga Chad moves, but I mean, there's no way, right? Surely they know he's there, or surely they figure it out soon. Caleb hears the cross, not only sees it, thanks to the trap. Now Kidigod's going for the plant. Drake has that Echo Drone, and they're just going to kill him. Staquinho gets that, and a second kill for him. And Drake is still inside of it. It doesn't matter.
It's always
a quad
the
kill
flame!
from Staquinho. Sadex is left in a 1 versus 4. The only thing Staquinho is denied of is his ace, but he has not denied the round victory there. I don't even know what's going on. I feel like OC Esports have just completely stopped droning and have just let themselves kind of fluster. Is another 5-1 for UCF.
Whoa! Hey guys, is that a plant going through? Is that a decent attack? My name's Snakinho. I am going to walk into a very obvious area that should at least be covered by something and shut it down. That's 2 rounds in a row now. Adam, first you walk up the stairs, then you just appear from the bar door. And, like, in hindsight, it feels obvious if you're OC Esports. But clearly, they're not able to capitalize on that. And they swap over to the defense, so you can't make those adjustments going into your future attacks. I feel like I've just a little bit of a broken record at these obvious problems that OC Esports have had. They haven't fixed it. That's what's irritating me so much.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's completely fair, and I think that's just like it really is a broken record. There isn't really much we can say on this matter. Like, it just feels like the same thing over and over again. It's just the missed drone, wait, there's a player sitting inside of the bomb site. Wait, they have util? Wait, but we should plan anyways. Wait, but we haven't cleared the roamers. It's like the same game is just going on back and forth. It's either they can't clear the roamers, they execute whenever there's plenty of utility to deny and execute that they haven't cleared, or it's a combination between the two. Now, UCF have the attack, and they have been so good at spotting gaps, and I think that they may have already noticed one. Snackinho is outside of... Actually, everyone is positioned outside of Master. That's a really bad drone toss from Bales. It's going to cost them a bit of time, as well as the rest of the team on this execute. But they have a plan. They want to get inside of Master and get that plant down. The only person that can stop it in this current state of this defense is Drolis and Kittigon. And Drolis is going to fall off, so it might just be Kittigon.
You have a C4 that you could hawk. I think throwing a C4 out onto Drake, that would be... What a play that would be. I don't think it would work out in practice, but clearly they're set up for UCF. They've taken about a minute to do so. The play is Azami just zips on through with the diffuser, mind you, along with the bees and along with the Candelas. Looking to happen. The action has started. Nobody capitalized on it, and Bales might actually get this off. Can Drolis get the C4?
He's trying to look for a Drolis. He has no idea. Hello? You have holes and C4. Malway's below. The plant is down. 3 are dead, and it's just up to Codes and Sanix on the retake, but Saquinho outside is making this the quickest execute that I have ever seen. It's just Sanix wasting time outside a closet, inside a piano. He finds one as Drake runs right into him. The second is blinded, but as that blind clears, Caleb is able to get it from the cross. And it's 6-1 now. Match point for UCF, and it is absolutely an indomitable UCF on this attack and defense and this entire game.
Ideally, if you tell somebody, hey, I've got a great idea. I've got a character that zips directly into the site, potentially alone, with the diffuser, they will call you crazy, because 9 times out of 10, something like that shouldn't work. And yet it feels like UCF have done that 3 or 4 times on the attack. A couple times they've done like the OSA on the CEO. That's something similar, where they can throw one player in with coverage, and OC just doesn't have the wherewithal to throw the C4, throw smoke cannons, just any form of plant denial, so you can get the diffuser down for free. UCF, in every single attacking round that they have won, they put down the diffuser. It feels like a obvious trend. Like, okay, guys, let's just not have them put the diffuser down. Clearly, it's harder to actually do because OC Esports have yet to stop it and win a single round.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Dude, what do you even do if you're OC Esports? This is looking like a pretty quick one, and I'm a little bit tempted to call it chalked, but it all depends on how this round goes. The one thing about UCF, about their attacks, is that they're very volatile. If, and that's a big if you can at least get a kill or try and deny that plant the first time around, whenever they rush into the site, that could be an avenue to winning. So far, they haven't been stopped. It has been 100% successful plant rate for UCF as far as I'm aware. Every time, well, at least every time they attempt a plant, I should say. That's the stat I'm thinking about. They just get the plant off no matter what. C4s, not a problem. They don't even throw them. Holes from below that could be used to deny the exact play that they just made. No big deal. I'll mind control the player holding the holes not to use them. I don't know. It's something, some dark magic is going on in UCF Knights. If there's any way that OC Esports can put a stop to it, it's about denying that plant.
They've got good positions set up here. I mean, it's usually what you'll see on a very base bar games hold. Player over in Suicide, a player over on that library stairs. Codes and Sadex are able to get one. And if Kita God takes this angle, takes this fight, it either could secure the round or just completely hand it on over. Drake is inside the site. How does this keep happening?
The smoke is actually blocking the hatch because of the Wamai disc, but the plant is finally denied. God bless the USA. Fails has a 1v2 though, and Dusty is low and he's peeking a staircase with a deagle. Yeah, not the right call. Hatch is getting open above him. So at the minute 12, Bales has a lot of options to work with at the very least.
He does not. He doesn't. Okay, he does make the fall and still alive. Somehow he's able to get the one. Sees Codes, brings out the SMG-11 and the machine pistol. What you want in this scenario with only 7 bullets. In the SMG for Codes, Bales is able to get it. And what seemed like a mistake rings true for UCF as they're able to secure the map, secure the win, and send us home.
Oh my goodness.
That was absolutely an accident, by the way. He did not mean to fall.
And it just worked anyway. Like, he slipped. He literally slipped. And somehow, he still won.
Welcome to Collegiate, Adam.
I can't believe, like, this is, like the collegiate, like, stereotype in R6 is usually not right.
I think a part of the reason is I think UCF is one of the best. So they make whoever they play, if it's not the best, they make them look like suckers. Like a team that goes 7-1, 7-1. OC Esports are not suckers. They are at this point, they are 3-3. They have beat these lower tier teams in that tier, but in comparison, it's not even close. I think that is just the difference between some of the top teams in Rainbow Six and basically everybody else. There's this massive gap in between them.
Yeah, I think that UCF kind of displayed that very well. I'd call them like a top 5 team in collegiate right now, and you can kind of see why. They just absolutely made them look like jokers. OC Esports now, I think 3-3, or is it? What's their record now? 3-3, right? They're 3.
Yeah, they're 3-3.
Yes, because they're
3-3 and 5-1.
Yes, so that's a big gap now just created between both these teams, but also between UCF and kind of that, like you mentioned, lower competition, because that is a really, really good position to find yourself in. Only one loss, and it's to Fisher.
It's a difficult team to go up against as well, but that is it for us here. We have another collegiate game, Michigan Flynn versus Robert Morris University. It's not going to be us casting, it's going to be Klimps and Infernosis. Some great guys. Make sure you catch that in around 80 minutes. And we'll see you guys then. Make sure you tune in next week to see more Light Rose. I don't know if Adam will be here or not, but if he is, great guy. We'll see you then.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December. you say you wanna dance, and you're worrying how you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She likes the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were fine. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. when the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me so complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Oh, tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. go there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Times have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me
you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it again. Let me feel it.
Fall into you. I found a ray dripping down your eyes when I'm not around. I found myself, but I fall into your lies all again.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it again. Let me feel it.
Fall into you.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I'll show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NECC channel. My name is joining alongside me is the lovely and wonderful Scott Infernos. It's our usual duo for the weeks. I was gone last week, but I'm glad to be back this week. We're hopping in for match number 2 tonight between UCF Academy and Vespa, both teams that you guys should regularly know of. Of course, earlier on, the main UCF team of the UCF Knights primary team in the Legends Division took on Oklahoma Christian in a rather swift 2-0 fashion, and now their Academy team has the same chance to do the same result against Vespa here in the Champions Division.
Yeah, I mean, if we get to see the main roster, Mason, why don't we get to see the secondary or the academy roster step in? We've already seen the university. Let's see what the whole entire roster is cooking up in the main studio.
We're gonna be everyone from the University of Central.
Yeah, actually, let's just start getting a whole just like daisy chain of the entire university, just quickly through the gates. Who we got coming into this one though, Mason, for the academy team? Because we're no longer on UCF Knights.
Of course, of course. Well, you might recognize if you caught the earlier game, Panther doubling up. He was an emergency sub in game number 1 for UCF. Shot pretty well, went 8-5 in map 1. Then their teammate was able to return in map number 2 after handling whatever it was that they had to. But joining alongside Panther is Boogie, CG Crim, and Truths from the University of Central Florida. And a pretty solid roster. Obviously, their main varsity roster, very solid team, really solid record. They won the Columbus LAN, if you had watched any of that action. So, overall, really solid team, and they have a lot to learn from a very strong primary roster in this academy team. And on the other side, you've got Vespa, or known as Virginia Tech. Of course, they go by the Vespa banner. You've got Nyx leading the charge, very experienced on this side, but you've also got JXP, Firebird 6, and Word 6, two of my favorite people in the world. Both twins. Fun fact, they are twins. And yeah, really, really solid shooters and a lot of fun to watch. Probably going to see Twitch played about 19 times tonight by Word, because that's the only operator he plays. So on that side, that is the team of Vespa taking on UCF. Very fun teams. Both very good teams to watch.
You got a lot of random tertiary info.
I really do. I was not expecting to see Six or Word as the players on the roster, and I was more than pleased because I used to play against those guys. So. And I met them at like the Charlotte LAN.
We're back in with Mason, having to mention that he's an ex-collegiate pro at any given point during a broadcast. But it's fine.
Could I not? I mean,
you could not, but then that would be lame. You know, it wouldn't.
I think I have to.
It wouldn't be like you, right? So it wouldn't be the same. But I will point out the maps we're going to be heading to today. Chalet was banned first. So whoever banned them, I'm probably not going to root for. That's the UCF Knights Academy. Unlucky for you. Labs, though, did get banned, so I will root for the team that always bans that. That's just what I do. Absolutely hate having to cast that map. I'm colorblind, and it's all the same color. Consulate and Border fell off immediately after the fact, and then up for our first pick of the day will be Borkin, followed by Clubhouse, and who would have thunk it, Cafe as our decider. So, if we all get lucky and it's somehow a 2-0 for either one of these teams, we won't have to see Cafe. But we're unlucky. We don't get to see Chalet either here, Mason.
Yeah, I think that we've got some pretty standard maps. I mean, most of these teams in collegiate understand how to play Cafe. They definitely understand how to play Oregon, and they really, really better understand how to play Clubhouse. They're rather standard here in the collegiate scene and in the collegiate meta. Skyscraper has become a favorite, and Chalet is typically played by many teams, but obviously, since it was banned out rather early on by UCF ACAD, well, then we don't get to see that map. So a little bit sad on that part, but it is nice to see Oregon make its way back once in a while. Sometimes you do end up missing Oregon a little bit when you haven't seen it in so long.
Do you? Do you really? Do you really?
Just a little bit, not a lot. Not a lot.
Are you telling me that you haven't seen this map in a while, Mason?
It actually, surprisingly, has been a little bit of time since I've seen Oregon play.
How?
So
How?
It's kind of refreshing.
How?
Because I just avoid this map.
Oh, you're not here last week. Pretty sure I had this was serious.
I was not here.
Dan, feel free to correct me. Producer, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. We did in fact see this.
I was gone.
You abandoned me last week, and I almost abandoned you this week apparently.
Exactly. Yeah, that did almost.
That did actually almost.
But I'm
happen.
glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
I am glad I'm here too. I'm glad I was able to actually literally sprint through my front door in time.
Yeah, last week I got swamped with work, and I worked a considerable amount of hours the day I was supposed to cast. I think I got home and I immediately hopped on my laptop because I can work from home because I'm like
he's cool like that. Yeah,
so
he's cool like
work
that.
In office and not.
Yeah.
And yeah, I worked like 15 hours that night, so it was not a fun day. But the thing that needed to get done got done, and then it never got presented, and now there's more stuff to add. So always fun in the real working world. How everything works out.
You mean nightmares?
But Ying and Dokkaebi off the board. We're trying to ignore the all chat.
That is asking Mason how shiny his forehead is right now. Very.
Of course, Nick or Nyx. I have pretty good ties with that Vespa roster. Nyx is a good friend of mine. And I actually got to meet him at the Atlanta Major, which was nice to see him. And have a good conversation with him.
Yeah, they're asking about how shiny your forehead is, Mason. We'll go ahead and give that a highlight real fast.
Yeah, I was trying to skip past it, and now we're
no, I refuse actually to let it be
Scott,
glossed over.
You're a really great friend.
I'm always a good friend to you, Mason.
We don't miss anything. Yeah, I love you so much.
I'll tell you how fast I had to sprint into the door. Every time I ever work, my cat goes upstairs because she steps on everything. And obviously not fast enough. Y'all almost started without me. So not in time. But my cat is still down here, and I have now had to 3 times take her off of my chair that's standing behind me and remove her from my giant studio lights that she tries to crawl into for some reason, like a moth. So at some point, Mason, I am going to have to remove her from the area. A lot like we need to see the defending teams be capable of doing for the attacking side, which, by the way, our final bans were the Kiba Barricade, Azami, and Fenrir off the board. So that's also pretty darn standard for Oregon.
Yeah, you do leave operators like Valkyrie, like Solus, and like Mira, all very, very strong. But that's kind of the meta that we're in, right? You kind of have to pick your poison. And I will say that Tubarão, really good on this map, especially that basement bomb site. If you got him paired with a Kaid, yeah, it is pretty dang hard to open up that hatch. So, I would expect for potentially the attacking side to really struggle based on those operators being left up. But a couple of important bans were taken off the board. Ying and Dokkaebi also make it much harder to attack with them off the board because they are also really strong on this map. Ying notably because Oregon's rather small. It's close quarters, right? So if you're able to use those Candelas to flash out those potential defenders sitting in those rooms, it's rather easy to be almost on entry with Ying and to use her utility in that.
So the border come in last week, and it was quite the annoying affair when it came to attackers trying to clear out the objective. A very large map, very wide out in the open, and with Dokkaebi banned, it means that you don't have the calls to alert you when a player is nearby. We're just suss out the position in the first place. So seeing that continuously banned here inside of the NECC, I don't think we've seen it at all yet so far in the NECC, at least when you or I are in air. Gonna get even worse when you got a small, very thin map like this. And you've already got some action whirling up inside of security as 6 starts to work their way up through white stairs. Can't get much further, though, if you're Boogie. You'll go down first. And Nick Sosa gets the kill to guarantee you the first blood as a minute and 40 seconds tick away.
And Nick's with an early pick. You expect him to be in on the action rather early on. Prim is now rotated up towards the big window. There is vertical down below, but Truso's actually retaken that downstairs position and takes out Word. Grim gets flamed out of the deep corner of bumps, but can still continue to contest. An impact grenade goes through and lands and connects on the Capital. Truce with the flank finds 2 on white stairs, and Vespa all bent out of shape. Firebird, last alive on big window, gets taken out by Truce, who's on for a 4K in the round after a miraculous flank up the white stairs goes completely unnoticed by Vespa, and UCF ACAT will take round number 1 on their defense.
You can't cease on the drone work, Vespa. Too much information being given away for free, and they don't even have any utility to gain that. They just straight up walked and flanked back around the twists and bins of kitchen and dining and secured themselves a victory all from the flank. Much better work needs to be done for Vesta to have those drones placed to flank watch and just to have those utilities work a little bit more in tandem with each other. Those track stingers did nothing really for this Vespa side. And I like Gridlock. Gridlock's a very solid operator, but it would have been a whole lot more audio cue wise better to have that Nomad be the player to send out an air jab and lock down those corridors, secure those the entry denials for the defense to rotate back in and have that flank for Truce. Not having that gave it too quickly, especially for an SMG that burns those instantaneously like Thorn has. UCF Academy, a much needed first round win to start off the tempo, and then a timeout by them as well to really mellow in that first round victory in Vespa's face. That's a bit on the nose, huh?
I think they're going for the mental chalking strategy.
They're in all chat, and that's like usually how you know.
Here is UCF want to win over the game of the mental sphere rather than the physical gun sphere. And after round 1, I would argue that they're in a pretty decent spot to at least obtain that because of that white flank that went so well for Truce that no one on Vespa accounted for because they were running Gridlock, which is, in my opinion, very lazy flank watch. That is why I don't like Gridlock or Nomad being ramped, because if you don't know how to properly flank watch and you run those operators, you just pray that they actually do their job, and 95% of the time, someone runs around it or runs through it.
Gridlock's 95% of the time. Nomad's like 85% of the time. It's still awful.
Yeah,
but it's at least
with
somewhat
the Solus
better.
on the board for the Nomad, it becomes like much easier. Or you can run around with mute and mute off the air jab if it's placed low enough. I've seen that before.
5 seconds remaining.
Where?
If it's placed low enough.
Where do you
Not
see
all
this?
Nomads put their... Where?
Where did you see this?
I saw it in a dream.
I was about to say, I was like, what?
I have a dream.
What?
I have a dream. My dream...
I'm being told from the producer it was your own competitive games. Oh, there goes Panther.
Because everyone was Dookie, and I was God in that sense.
Yep, and you just have to use mute. Oh,
Yikes.
you just have to play mute every single moment of every single day, Mason. Please tell me you're at least using the Mossberg.
Of course.
All right, good to know. First Blood did fall in favor of
why wouldn't
Panther
I?
for this round. I don't know. Some people are crazy enough to use the MP5. They get refragged back, getting a bit overzealous out inside Zulu, trying to peek towards Garage. Refragged back, and now you've got an even 4-on-4 of the Nitro Cell. Twisting and jiving between the three players now in UCF Academy of Truth, CG Screen Bookie, who are all waiting for the perfect time, Mason, to throw these out. They brought so many Nitro Cells into the basement side of Oregon. And to top it all off, they have a mirror window to completely lock down the other side of the map, which just means the moment that you swing out there for Vespa, a Vector and every other SMG humanly imaginable is going to be barreling in towards your ankles to deny you entry in towards that side of the site.
This definitely isn't your typical basement site defensive lineup. You'll typically see a smoke being brought. Maybe a Goyo is really good on this site. Some sort of just time stall denial. The Warden is also a common pick, but with Ying off the board, maybe not always. Maverick begins to work their way here on the meeting hatch. Now, the Tuberau gadget, the Zoto canister, does not fully lock out the actual torch. Instead, it only just makes it slower, essentially. It makes it so that you have to use more of that torch to get the hatch open, which means you might only be able to get one hatch with the torch, and you only might be able to get part of a wall with that torch rather than the whole thing. Slowing down time is the name of the game quite often on this basement site because you're expecting these long rounds and these deep executes which come quick, and here's where Firebird begins to launch those bees deep in towards the site, allowing his teammates to make a play, potentially dropping down this evac hatch and walking down the back tower stairs.
Bees will zone off. Cordon away the UCF Academy side. Vespa maybe looking for the right time to drop through. They've cleared away that hatch 100% completely for JXP. The drop will be made. The Skeleton Key will clear away the soft wall, and damage will be off towards Truth. Unfortunately for Vespa, no success having come off of it just yet, burning out the flash nades. Now clearing off towards Long Pillar. Truce needs to find and secure something for the team as Firebird, who started this plant, will secure and conclude it as well. Krim, the only one to come for success here in the trade. A 1v1 now in full effect as somehow JXP gets away with it back in return. Boogie has to find anything through this corridor. Can't in time, and JXP, despite not firing first, Han solos their way to victory and secures themselves the frag first in return and ties us up 1-1 in the series.
Somehow JXP found the kills needed. A little bit of timing, maybe a res differential on that player on the Mira that had worked their way up in through E-Box and getting aggressive on blue since they found out where that location was. But overall, solid play by Vespa to get that bomb down. I don't know if I liked the play where they decided to just run at them after they got the plant. It's like they panicked and thought that they weren't going to get the plant down, so they just sent the house deep into the site, and they almost actually threw away the round win that they had lined up for themselves. But thankfully for Vespa, they were able to get that round win and secure themselves a good attack on Basement of Oregon, which, by the way, Scott, is not the easiest thing to do. Many teams struggle to win the attack on basement because they're typically, or because of just how defender side is, the different anchor positions you can hold, the long angles that can be established, and especially the time waste and time denial, which is why I mentioned the smoke being brought very often, the Goyo being brought a lot of the time. Those are your strong power operators, unlike, to be honest, and just kind of call out Krim here. Frost, who basically does nothing for the Oregon basement. I don't know what the intention of those bear mats are, but I just don't think that those are going to ever catch anyone because there's no windows to hop through. It's all walking downstairs. You might catch someone if they lazily walk through into the site and haven't done their job to drone, or maybe if you get really lucky and they're dropping down a hatch. But other than that, there's really not much that those frost mats are too good for.
How do I want to phrase this? You're being very judgmental right now, Mason.
I am right.
You're right.
I am correct.
But you're being very judgmental right now against Krim here.
If he gets a frost mat, then hey.
Krim has been going absolutely crazy these last 2 rounds. Didn't bring much to the table in round 1. All that limelight was stolen in the first place, but crazy in the last 2 rounds, just barely not clutching up the prior. And this one, they not only start out with an opening frag, but apparently that opens up opportunities elsewhere, and a second one falls for UCF Academy. As word of Nick Souza off the board, what can you do from here with only 3 operators remaining? And you have little to no clearance available. You relied so heavily on that skeleton key to clear out some of those soft walls down in the basement. You don't have that any further, and Yuriana's also taken off the board. Mason, this is a UCF Academy roam that has torn apart every single operator that Vespa has sent their way, and any success they've had is short-lived with a refrag instantaneously back.
Truth's finally getting back into the action after a solid round number 1. They work their way up the white stairs, find that flank. Now Firebird, last member alive. At least the Warden's been chipped down to low HP, so maybe Firebird with a well-placed shot could make it a 1 versus 3. Even then, it's rather difficult when you got mirrors staring you in the face. None of the hatches have been opened because your entire team has died within a minute and a half of trying to take the site. Firebird checks and he smokes Truth. It's one well-placed bullet. That's all he needed to at least take care of the Warden. The issue is he's still going to find 3 more members, and there's a mirror staring at him from the laundry room closet that the Kaid is ready to swing off of. You'll see Creep potentially take that swing, and there it is. Krim finding the headshot just before his own teammate, but it didn't matter. Firebird was dead, whether it was from the right, from the left. He was a dead man walking in a 1 versus 3 on that basement site. It is just so difficult without any control.
No, it does matter because you were just dogging on Krim, so the fact that Krim gets another tally to their stat line.
That is really on me. He basically told me to shut up.
He basically gave you the Caster's Curse version of get out of here. The perfect way for casters to be thrown out. So a lot of the times casters get a big ego because they'll say something and then it'll come true the very next round or even just moments later. Mason's is when everyone basically does the total opposite of what he's done or what he said and finds success when he says there's no way it's going to happen, which may actually spell more on the opposite team than it does on Mason's ability to say anything. Because I do trust what Mason says most of the time. And I do agree with Frost not being the best
Sometimes I'm a
pick,
smart
but
guy.
Yeah, sometimes. It's that ex-collegiate pro mindset.
It's not often. See, I'm not even bringing it up. It's you.
No, since
You're
you
just
did
a
bring
fan.
it up
Do you want me to sign something? Do you want me to sign something for you? You got a
that would
notebook or
be
something?
the worst day of my life.
Hey,
no, thank you.
I'll give you an autograph. It's funny too because I've gone to events where people are like, "Will you sign this?" I'm like, "Why?" I'm like, I'm just a forehead that walks and talks. Like, but hey, I gotta work in a.
Somebody had me sign something next to Antero's name one time.
Oh.
I was like, this is blasphemous. This is
that's
blasphemous.
At the finest.
The head is right there, Truce. They can't see it.
I think the player that's on the drone is actually way deeper.
You think?
And there's something blocking.
Is it my color blindness?
I don't think it's quite the head. I think it is your color blindness. Just
that would make more sense.
A little bit of disabled on the broadcast, but Truce taking the first death. It's word to find an early pick on the buck. That's a good start. As now Vespa work their way in. I mean, 6 is already in towards security and takes down Panther by making their own vertical. They don't even wait for the buck to make the vert. They do it themselves. Greet at least gets one back. The buck does eventually fall, and Boogie walking down the white stairs might find a pick on a JXP. That's because no track stingers, no flank watch has been established for the white stairs, and 6 isn't able to watch the cutoff in time, which allows the Melusi to get back, evening up the man count. Really solid job out of UCF ACAT to fight back for the ground that they lost early on. Sure, they're down in HP, and even then, I would still argue their control isn't great, but they at least have a fighting chance.
UCF Academy apparently aware that if they're willing to go early for these roams and near spawn peaks, then they might as well be willing to reclaim those players that they've lost in some capacity and even the odds back once again, going split up both ways. Vespa just get entirely caught off guard, which was the whole way they gained that second kill onto Panther. They needed to be a little bit more passive, need to be a little bit more smart in their positions, cutoffs, everything. You have so many drones at your disposal. And in the same way we saw a failure in round 1, we're seeing it happen all over again. As they will be forced back away from the Capital fire. That opens up Boogie to be taken down from Firebird's hands. Crim's working in, almost able to take down a player at top of White Stairs, but that will not be the case, as Creed is the only one now remaining in a 1v3 as the Nitrocell tears through the first target of Firebird. And they step in through that big window control that's now been alleviated as any point of contention. And 6 holds the cutoff from the main door exit from Kid's bedroom. It's an easy cleanup crew for the side here. Vespa, who start off strong, get a little bit rough there at the beginning, but managed to close out strong.
So according to my calculations, and I'm no numbers guy, Scott.
You know yeah, but you went to college, so you should at least know how to count.
I know nothing about numbers.
Okay. Doesn't your job really revolve around
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
numbers?
It does. My entire job is math, and I haven't taken math in since my junior year of high school, which for those of you watching was a while ago.
He's old.
I'm not that old.
You can
I
tell
just
by his
graduated.
hairline.
I graduated in December, but I look like I'm 40. Yeah, I hate you. Why do we keep bringing it up, man? Anyway, by my calculations, as I was saying before Scott decided to
insult
turn
you
into a spiral of insulting me, exactly. UCF will win this round, and the amount of time left on the clock in this round will be in between the 30 seconds and 59-second mark. Wow, this is
my eyes.
That was terrifying because at first I had no idea what was on my
You could see the moment where Mason kind of realized that it was him.
Realized I was like,
yeah.
Who is that? I was like, that's me. Oh,
the
hi.
slight squint. Like, really? Are we doing this right now?
Are we? Yeah, really, guys? Listen, that's not the worst thing that's happened to me in my ears on a broadcast. In Columbus this last year, Scott, I had elevator music playing in my ears for 40 minutes. An entire map of a broadcast. I had elevator music in my ear, and I asked for it to be turned off after round 1, and it stayed on, and it got louder.
Resident Preston moment. Resident Preston moment.
It was Zay show.
Oh, Zay, even better.
It was Zay.
Even better.
I think that might have been like one of the most torturous broadcasts of my life. Just all the different things that were played in my ears, it was just hilarious. They were just soundbiting anything they could and throwing it in there. So, anyway.
Sometimes R6 isn't entertaining enough. You know, you gotta throw out.
We gotta throw in a little bit of our own spice, a little bit of our own flair. That's what we do here at the NECC. We make ourselves unnatural, unorganic sometimes, right? We gotta be different than just organic Rainbow Six Siege. We gotta make ourselves enjoy it as the split wall gets opened up here in the round. That's the first step to this attack. You get that split wall open, you'll walk in with the Osa shield and try to plant nice and close. The issue is you've got to deal with the smoke tucked inside a split, but if you're able to get a nice pick on to greet the castle, that's a good start to the round. The issue is the Legion of Boogie is in an excellent flank spot here in top garage, but he's been droned, and now he has to run away and avert this position, or he's going to run at them.
The issue is he is being flanked from master bedroom, so he doesn't really have the total option, so to say, of actually running away. He needs to get into the face of them. When he decides to finally step down into the stairwell and into main lobby to do so, they're met with a barrage of 9mm shots back their way. And it puts Vespa now at a major man advantage. 2 up in the count as Panther, who has been pretty good so far for this roster. But as soon as you mention that, we'll apparently forget all of the prowess that gained them the 5 kills they had in the first place. And 6 will survive with only 5 HP to their name. And UCF Academy will survive a little bit of shame to their name at the end of that one, as they're saying awkward in the chat, which is very true. A bit awkward there for Panther. It happens. Split is a hard place to control for UCF Academy, apparently, and Vespa does a much better job in that round, Mason, of actually droning things out and catching the players who were working upstairs like Boogie was inside of Armory and making sure they can't really have any impact later to cut them off like there was that 4K spree in round 1.
Tell you what, Vespa looks pretty solid right now.
Yeah.
I'm liking their attacks. I mean, they have a good foundation of what they're wanting to do and achieving that foundation. They want to get the split wall open. They want to walk in through a split. They want to get the bomb down. Great. That's their plan. That's their strategy. Works out pretty solid. They're also good with their information. Their drones have been solid throughout the night, at least thus far. Their flanks a little bit shaky, but they are starting to get better as the map goes on. One more attacking round, and then we'll flip sides, and we'll see how UCF fares on the attack. But with Vespa getting 3 attacks, that makes this round ever more important for UCF to make sure that they come out with a round win, because going down 4-2 on your defensive side of Oregon, with what I would argue are a defensive-sided map ban or operator bans, based on the fact that Tubarao is still up on the board, and Kaid and Mira, then yeah, I would be a little bit worried if I was UCF ACAD if I don't take away this round win.
Yeah. There's a lot of problems right now we're seeing from UCF Academy, and I don't think it's stemming from their inability to play or anything, but it does truly feel like they're not doing all the bells and whistles to gain themselves the upper hand when they're very capable of doing so, and we saw them do those things in the 2 round wins that we see come their way. It only gets worse. The start of this round looks good. They're static holding. They've got themselves the strong point inside of bunker, but they lose it near instantaneously. A Rotero drone up around the bend works and worms its way through, and there is no denial of that utility, and that shield placed inside of bunker no longer up for contention, and UCF Academy will have to acquiesce that area and just either play for a swing around the corner and hope there's no droning from Vespa, which has been much better, or try to play in the final few seconds past that. Just go ahead and barricade up that wall as best they can, but they try to find success elsewhere, and it fails them just the same. Panther and Crim now have both gone down, and they're at a man disadvantage within a minute and a half, again, like they've seen the last 2 rounds back to back.
UCF ACAD going with the let's run at them strat, because why not? And so far, not so good, at least in this round. They're down 2 men now, with a minute and a half still on the board, and lots of utility, lots of drones, lots of time for Vespa to make their move. 6 will get a kill onto Truce as they advance down the main stairs now. Firebird will begin to burn out and clear out this pillar position. 6 have made their way inside a pillar. It's actually Zofia of Word making that rearwards flank. Boogie will try to walk and contest with Nyx inside of elbow, but Nyx is ready for the angle, but he loses it. He gets smoked by Boogie. The issue is his teammates died, and it's a 1-on-4 in which JXP, with previous information, swings into blue, trying to find where the blue rotate was at first, but eventually was able to lock on to that final target, take him down. And Vespa up 4-2 on their attacking half of Oregon. Not something that we always say, Scott.
Yeah, this isn't the most common occurrence in esports for R6, let alone collegiate esports for R6, that tends to kind of stick to the status quo for the majority of the time, which is another great High School Musical song. I don't know why I say another, but great High School Musical song there. Vespa will be riding that eye off into the second half as they transition off over towards the defense, and UCF Academy are going to pray they have just as much luck on their attack as Vespa has gained, because the round wins we see come from UCF Academy were really off of that roam game. In round 1, it came from the back of Truce, who found that 4K roaming up through Zulu Hall and taking bottom of White Stairs and catching the Vespa assault off guard and taking down 3 players in the single spray of a single mag on that defending side. And then, of course, finding that last frag over inside of Kid Storms to secure their victory. They try to go so heavy in the roam game ever since that point, and they weren't really feeling rewarded for that. They needed to play a lot more passive. They needed an operator selection that was more indicative of truly the objective they were on, because we'd highlighted it in at least 2 of those 6 defending rounds. Their operator selection wasn't what you would necessarily anticipate for a lot of those rounds. They needed to be a little bit smarter, because now Vespa's going to turn this back around, and they're going to go right out the gates from the rip. It's Nyx taking down Panther at range. The Thorn tearing as much, or the Thorn SMG, I should say. Tearing. Wait, is that the Thorn SMG? No, that's the Warden SMG 12.
Warden SMG 12. Yeah, it's not often you'll see someone do something dumb like Nyx would, which is stick his face in the master door with the SMG 12. But
I love that.
I'm
SMG
only
12,
allowed
though.
to say that because Nyx is a good buddy of mine, and I'm allowed to say that he does dumb things because he's done dumb things that have killed me, and I hate it, but it's still, like, insane. Like, there's a thing that he might do on Clubhouse. I will save it for when we do get there, because that's map number 2, obviously.
You don't want to
But
leak strats.
if
or
he
anything.
does, I would be, yeah, exactly. I would hate to leak that because it is something that is just so unconventional, it'll catch everyone off guard. And I hope that he does it because it would be amazingness. Regardless, point being, an early pick onto the Finca is really, really solid for the side of Vespa, taking down a set of grenades, taking down those adrenal searches, and Panther, a solid player overall. But Word ends up walking out just a little bit too far inside of Attic, and with Greet on that long angle, down goes your smoke, just as Scott said, down goes the Toxic Babes. That late round denial, no longer going to be available. You're going to have to rely on those goo mines, maybe the mute, just playing close with the Mossberg shotgun, but other than that, all you really have is the Valkyrie with the C4 to deny.
And there's a whole lot of people, a whole lot of players trying to circle in around this Valkyrie of 6, and it was not long-lived for your player down below inside of meeting. They will go down, and that will give UCF Academy that man advantage, and they've worked pretty darn hard to regain control over this round. They've now got a player up on the window repel inside kids' dorms. The Legion Goo Mines will be tossed out for Firebird, but there's not too much they can do in regards to that window, and there's not much they can truly do for Attic, as top Attic's been cleared and bottom Attic has been claimed for full control, leaving the 3 players of Vespa. It's pretty thinly spread here, Mason, to try to find the safest possible angle to lie in wait to try to get this round in your stead. As Nyx, who's hiding behind the master bedroom bed, clears and secures one of Crim. JXP, their teammate, does go down for the Hands of Truce, but they get some damage off in return, and it puts UCF Academy back into control as everyone's coming from the exact same angle, and Nyx just can't be stopped. This SMG-12 control, which is arguably harder to control than your SMG-11, has done nothing but boons to the side so far at the hands of this man of Nyx. And even with the secure from Firebird, and Firebird's 2 frags to end it, it's Vespa getting the lead even further, now up to 5.
Vespa were not in a position to win that round, but UCF ACAD got lazy. They failed to drone out Nyx, hiding in the master bed. Yeah, it's an unconventional spot, but you have to do your due diligence. If you're not going to take master in the beginning of the round, then you certainly need to at least drone it if you plan to go there towards the end of the round. Rough round there for UCF ACAD. And unfortunately, they just were not able to pull themselves out of the mud. They had a lot of good control at Attic, and they had drone. They had a drone under the bed in the back of kids' dorms, which was providing perfect information on where Firebird was. I don't know if someone was lacking in being a good teammate and being on that drone, or if they just lost him and all of a sudden forgot where he went, or if UCF knew where he was but didn't understand or weren't able to formulate a strong enough plan for how to deal with that player. Firebird obviously hitting a couple of nice shots, getting a few kills on the round, did a very good job, and then the support of Nyx, the most veteran player here on the Vespa roster, also doing a really solid job. And now they take that 5-2 lead. They look rather comfortable as they get to go to Laundry, arguably the best bomb site on this map rather. But Boogie highlighting that blitz, more than likely foreshadowing a rather swift elbow rush. You've got Crim who's going to bring the ram. I guarantee you what happens here, Scott, is the lion call goes off, Crim throws a Boogie drone through the barricade, and then Boogie runs on through. And that C4 could have been insane, but it's not.
Truce gets tagged by it. It hits Truce in the body. One of those Matrix-style dodges. There goes Boogie in through the breach, now looking to find some contention. Firebird's up close in the face, though. Crim finds another opening frag, this one now on towards Nyx. The 2-brow's not really done you much. An actress cell sent out some damage to 2 players. UCF Academy are taking a lot of damage, but just aren't finding kills necessarily. Nyx DCs from this match, this lobby, not wanting to be here. JXP the only one remaining, as they'll be facing an effective 4v1. Able to at least get one of their 4 needed to somehow come away with a victory, as every player has died, it seems, less than a minute into this round. The speed that UCF Academy have attempted to take this objective with would be shocking to most, as JXP now is forced into a post-plant scenario after Creep puts this diffuser down, and they'll have to find the perfect way to rotate in. Is there a still iron utility you had to be initially concerned with? What can you do? Especially when you've got a shotgun around a corner a blitz shield waiting for you at a moment's notice, and not very much time remaining as you are going at this as slow as can be if you're JXP. Because you're still going to defuse it, buddy.
I think JXP is just waiting for his teammate to get back in lobby. No, he's making an effort down the backside stairs and gets... Wow! Cree wasn't even looking at the guy!
To be fair, he should have fired so much sooner. What a flick, though.
What a shot by the Lion. It seemed like JXP just had a lack of confidence, or just a lack of reaction time in shooting back at the player inside of blue. But regardless of the point, NECC unfortunately leaving the lobby, as you saw, due to an FPS bug. I'm calling cap. I think he's lying.
What do you mean you think he's lying?
Making excuses.
For dying?
I think he's making excuses. I think NECC is doing dumb things and dying in dumb ways.
And Kobe's got to fake a technical issue?
He's got to fake it exactly to reset the mental. It's all a big brain strategy on his end.
Can I do that? Can I just
now,
like oops, and then, you know, flick my power button on my computer?
Oopsie, my cat unplugged my PC, but I
got her out of the room.
My left foot's name is Cat, so
yeah, I got her out of the room. We're good. If I could reach my computer with my left foot, that would be impressive because it's on my standing desk.
I think if you had the will, if you had the desire,
I probably could, but I would look ridiculous. That's what it would be. It would be like.
I think you should make an attempt when we go to cams.
No, I don't think I should. I really don't think I should.
You might die.
I need to get water during our break. I need to do all these things. I can't be restarting my computer to get back in and set back up.
And welcome back to Yoga with Scott.
Just me panting heavily as I've been sprinting around my house hunting for things to like be 100% at the ready.
What's the game that people used to play where it was like they had like 60 seconds to grab everything and go into a bomb shelter and then try to loot?
I remember that game. Yeah, I remember.
You know what I'm talking about?
Markiplier playing.
Yeah.
So did Jacksepticeye and everybody else.
A lot of people. Everyone played that game. Yeah, exactly. Panther 45th dead early yet again. Another early death for Panther, who played earlier with the main roster and had a solid standing and performance. And here, not so much. Not as lucky this time around. Maybe Vespa's just better than whoever the UCF main team had.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
Does Vespa deserve to be in the Legends division?
Bold words. Are you throwing down hands with Oklahoma Christian
Panther
University?
Is key. I might be.
That's crazy.
I might be. Actually, I think
OC
was in Champions. OC was in Champions last year or last semester, and they upgraded. They went up because they had a really good run in Champions. So maybe they do deserve to be up there. Maybe Vespa do too. Maybe both teams do.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Uh-oh.
Nope, there's the two brow. That makes those pocket EMPs so darn difficult to effectively utilize when the two brows also on the board.
Especially when Thatcher's available, but we don't need Thatcher. Thatcher's boring. Thatcher makes the game too easy. So what UCF are doing is they're bringing pocket EMPs, which intentionally make it more difficult. But the reason why you do that is because then you don't have to sacrifice an entire operator dedicated to EMPs. You can actually bring other utility, like Gridlock Stingers, or like, who else has EMPs?
I don't like the track
They've
Stingers
moved EMPs off of a bunch of people.
They did.
So
it's really
hard
annoying
to keep track. I think Grim still has EMPs, so Grim would be another one. Yeah.
Grim's using hard breaches right now, though.
Yeah, well, the plan was for Boogie to be able to do it, and then Grim on the Grim. That's going to get annoying,
wow.
Was going to be for that. But obviously, since they can't get this hatch open, it's going to be much more difficult this round. It doesn't matter, though, because UCF ACAT is storming away with a few picks, and now there's information on the last two players in Freezer. Firebird. He is Firebird.
He's
frying
cooking
his opponents. He is cooking right now, especially in the freezer. He's just grabbed that cold chicken and all of a sudden is letting it melt. But he gets beat out by the Capital. I don't know why I said
it's not
melt.
ice cream.
Thaw out. Yes, thaw. That's what I meant. He's letting it thaw out. Crete will try to work his way across freezer. And in this 1v1 against JXP, it feels like JXP has the advantage because he knows where his opponent is. Also shooting rather well and a little bit better than his opponent in this moment. But one of them is about to earn their 6th death. Capital will go for the swing, and he finds him.
Eaker's
No way!
advantage, JXP.
JXP had it, but the arm was seen.
Eaker's advantage, JXP. It's still our 6 at the end of the day. I know every round we stray further from Ubisoft's, you know, plans and entire point of the game, but it's still our 6. They still have the advantage swinging that. You're a bit thicker than you necessarily would like to think.
There was no world that Cree should have had a chance to win that round. But some well-played shots, good information, and a good job of doing due diligence and recognizing an opponent's mistake of standing in a spot where they were exposed ends up netting UCF ACAD a round win and keeping Vespa off that all-important map point, which could have sent us spiraling into map number 2, Scott. If I remember correctly, this is Vespa's pick. So, in theory, not all bad things. Oh no, this is UCF's pick. Oh, this is UCF's pick. And Vespa did start on the attack. Interesting on that end. But yes, UCF started off on...
Why are we on an attacker set at Oregon right now? That's...
Sorry, that is weird. It is odd to be on an attacker side at Oregon. I had my little map band thing backwards. I can't read, and I graduated college, so that's a great sign.
If he can do it, anyone can do it, folks.
Clearly, we are succeeding. But yeah, so UCF coming back on this map, definitely important. Definitely important for them to take a map off of Vespa, and that being their own map pick, so that they could try to force a map number 3. Because I would argue that Vespa, with the more vetted side, have a better, I guess, are more favorited to win this match. But UCF ACAD so far keeping pace, keeping stride with Vespa. If they're able to win this round, get that 5-5, then it's anyone's game but Truce. No way. I was just complimenting UCF and keeping stride with Vespa, and then we jumped off the top ropes at T3.
So we're falling.
T1.
So we're falling.
So we're falling. And I'm free.
All right, that's enough of that.
Because I'm very good at singing.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, you're definitely wearing key there. That was totally not sharp whatsoever. Still a 5v5, which is shocking considering how many effective kills we've seen in the first minute in the last few rounds. The UCF Academy will survive the somewhat embarrassing fall that Truce has taken early, and that will make sure that they have the blowtorch still available to work with to try to clear out this upper attic wall, as Greet's looking for another chance to knock down a player that maybe overswings and grows overzealous for the Vespa side, but they're holding in fairly strong. And they've got 2 players inside Games Room, waiting to catch anyone that tries to breach in through Master Closet off guard, and UCF Academy are doing what I love to see, spreading the assault, the attempted entry in for 3 different angles: attic, Master Closet, aka Master Bedroom, and Big Window. We used to do it only with 2 at a time, aka either Master Closet and or attic. Now we do all 3, and it's so much more effective for attacking teams to claim that space.
JXP barely escaping with his life out of pit and into the kids' dorms. Wordle close tight on the trophy door with the shotgun, but Truce, who's on low HP, finds 2 picks. Panther as well finds 1. 6 on the main stairs flank, at least gets 1 back for his welcome, but he finds another onto Truth, and all of a sudden this round is winnable, but NECC gets pre-fired. Panther has reactivated himself this round. 6 with the pre-fire, has to ace clutch this round. More air jabs set by Crete to try to cover off their flank. 6 will try to work his way in through the trophy door. The issue is there's so much information on him, and the diffuser has gone down, which means the clock works against him. He tries to work his way in through trophy. No air jab actually on this.
He heard it, but he didn't know where.
And now 6 will walk through. No HP, no information. He gets shot out by Crete. A really solid job by UCF ACAD. And they take round number 10, leading us to a 5-5 split between either team. And now UCF ACAD have a chance to win their very own map point bout.
Vespa seem a little uncoordinated right now. Is that just me? They don't seem like the same roster we saw dominating that first half on their attack. Defensively, they're all over the place. They're showing the same problems the UCF Academy had of just spreading themselves out too thin and just being pushed through like wet tissue paper. Vespa needs to play a little bit more together, a little bit more well-meshed. You'll see it with those cloths that can repair themselves. They don't actually repair themselves. The fiber meshes can just spread themselves so thin and then reconnect as if nothing ever changed. I'm not seeing the ability to reconnect right now for Vespa. They're spreading themselves thin, and then there's no ability to re-step back into an objective because the entire initial, carpet of mesh that's supposed to be there is totally absent, and the only surviving members are now that roam game that somehow got circumnavigated by UCF Academy. Adjustments have to be made, and comms need to be made. Why is Six not getting the information from the player watching the bulletproof camera directly in front of you? Your team's bulletproof camera. Not watching through that and checking to see if there is a nomad air jab placed at that door, and they wasted 15 good seconds of time that they could have moved and wormed their way through another area. You hear it, you know it's somewhere, but it's not there, and all of that information could have been known much sooner.
Yeah, someone on Vespa could have probably told him about it.
You could see, like, Six live pings. He goes, it's up here, right? And then he goes, oh, wait, 1 second. And then you see the light up, the little light show up on the bulletproof cam. They go, no, it's not.
Get pranked.
Forgot we had that. My bad. I just placed it. It's just my utility. Also, there are 5 nitro cells.
Hey, more plant denial, the better. Well, in theory, my guess is that Vespa is ready for an elbow rush. Obviously, that is not the case. This time around from UCF ACAD, they brought multiple operators, including Bingo, the Thatcher, to be able to open up the hatch, hopefully, in spirit. And you see, you've got Crete there sitting, ready to open the hatch. The issue is he has to wait for Krim to walk his way over in towards the meeting hall. The 2 routes still on the board means the hatch can be denied. Nyx is around the corner, ready to trick the hatch, and he will freeze off the hatch, at least for now, with one of those Zoto canisters. Crete with another EMP or 2 should, in theory, be able to help get this hatch open, but it's going to take a lot of utility, and it's going to take time, which unfortunately right now, UCF don't have. As it continues to trickle down, they've got time for now, sure, but with more of those Zoto canisters, I'm getting a little bit more worried as time trickles down, and UCF just don't have any control.
And they're still clambering to find space. Eventually, the hard breaches may go down, but no! Electrode right back just before the final tick of that breach. And the attacking side here, Krim, more specifically, has no ability to clear out that hatch any further. They'll have to wait and fall back, and they may just have to ego swing this freezer side. There's really not many options remaining. They have to go elsewhere, and the way they do so is Panther, who worms their way in through bunker, catching 2 players off guard and forcing NECC to have to refrag back all by their lonesome. 3 kills. The one man finally shutting down Panther. But it's still not enough just yet, as the plant from Boogie started to go down. Tossed over the top, JXP. Combos for the House of Cards, the buddy ace between NECC and JXP to secure finally here. Match point for Vespa heading into round 12.
Someone gave a wide open gap to that player walking in through blue,
Panther
all the way into elbow, and Panther got 2 freebies, almost 3, from that one spot. And it opened up just wide enough of a gap for UCF to make their way through, find big picks, get the control they needed, but then they just ran at NECC. They had their front of sight. Both of the last 2 remaining players for Vespa were Deep Pillar and E-Bucks. Nothing they could do if UCF ACAD just went to play in laundry. Instead, they decided to run. They tried to take the fights. They lost them because Vespa sat in their spots where they needed to be and played well as a team, coordinating themselves. And now, they're up. They get match point. They have potential to take UCF's map pick away from them here on map number 1 and go into their own map pick of Clubhouse. For Vespa, I will say, a strong team, especially on Clubhouse. They're well-rehearsed, well-practiced. They look solid here on Oregon thus far, and they'll take the 60 seconds or so to really talk it through and see if they're prepared enough.
UCF ACAD, your primary team just 2-0'd OC Esports. You're about to let Vespa take you out on the first map that you were supposed to follow in. That wasn't that the way we highlighted it heading into this, see if they could follow the footsteps.
In their footsteps. We did highlight that.
They're not following in their
you know
footsteps.
What I'll say?
They're falling in their footsteps.
I think Bales is a terrible coach, and he's not coaching them good enough.
Who?
I love you, Bales. Bales plays for UCF's main team. Bales is a homie. Love that guy. I love that guy.
Joke's on everyone here. Mason doesn't know him at all and is just calling him terrible. Just
That's so sad.
Can you imagine?
Bales actually DM'd me and he was like, "Can I cast with you?" And I was like, "I wish that was my choice because I would definitely boot Scott out."
Wow.
Because I hate you.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just
I mean, you
kidding.
almost
I
had
love
his
you, Scott.
chance. You almost had his chance.
No, he didn't. But it's
Mason
okay.
was never intending, is what he's implying here. That was never going to
Listen.
happen. I joke about kicking Scott out, but never. No.
If it was my call, maybe.
Which it never would
But
be.
it's never my call.
Yeah.
I'm just a measly
Rightfully
little
so.
bastard. I have no way.
The mic is
in,
my
in the
muse.
decisions. Yeah,
I do
just
nothing
have to
else.
talk good enough for them to like me to bring me on every week.
Which is honestly
You know?
a miracle. I think we did really good
I-
last week without you.
That is sad. This has just really turned into like us bashing each other.
Yeah. Great.
And that's okay. It's fun. We're
It's every
allowed to
cast
have
with you and I.
fun. Once in a while, yeah, we do. But that's because we're good friends. And we're allowed to do that.
I had to explain this to
I mean, I
somebody.
hate you.
Guy friendships are either flirting with each other or hating
Or
on each other.
just hating at each other.
It's like a coin where you flip it in the air and whichever one it is in
kinda
that
have a
moment,
mix
you're
of
good.
both, though.
That's what it
I
is.
feel like we
Yeah,
have a
you do
mix of
both.
Yeah. It's a good mix.
If guys were
It's good to
nearly
have
as good at flirting
a
with
dash of
with
salt
women as they
and a
were
lot
with
of
men, then
pepper.
it would be a crazy world.
True.
Also, I love
Feisty world.
I love UCF Academy having to play this so much slower every single round. Every time we've seen this objective in play, they do the same thing. They step up into top tower. They take the full control of tower. They set up their flank watch there with the nomad air jabs. Then they start to static hold in for the blowtorch hold, the peek hold through the wall, to the half sight lens towards top or towards drop of attic, everything. But it somehow is 10 seconds slower the second time. 15 seconds slower the third time, right? It gets slower and slower into these rounds. And meanwhile, in the first round, you had troops trying to get into the building so darn fast, they failed to jump onto the actual balcony ledge there and just dropped straight down 2 floors and got incapacitated.
Truths. Finding that big pick on a JXP that gives them the man advantage, and now Crete gets in on the action, but Truce has jumped themselves into a Frostmat inside a pit. Panther, though, takes down Nyx, so Truce will res themselves back up. Word now trying to fight back, but they've overexposed themselves. Six trying to work that main flank yet again, but this time Krim is there to cover it off. He gets the refrag for his teammate, and we're going to overtime in map number 1, Scott.
What is the, I called it wet tissue paper earlier, the defense for Vespa? No, I'll go even further. It's Bruce Lee. They're like water. No be there. They do not exist. That is one of the worst defenses attempts I've seen out of them so far in this series. UCF Academy literally tore them through at every single visual angle. They have to do better. They have to be better, because they're now heading into overtime where they've got to play 2 defensive rounds if they want to survive this. And they've barely managed to secure that in the first place. They're talking about wanting to do a knife round. They're talking about wanting to do a rehost. No rehost.
I have
Knife it
no
out.
idea.
Knife it out. Come on.
I have no
You can't
idea
mention
what
the
that
knife
idea
round and then
were.
not do the knife round.
And
now,
then
right?
not do a knife round? That's what I'm
Like-
saying. They said if it gets 7-7, maybe we'll see a knife round. I mean, that'd be fun. I'd be down to see a knife round.
To get 7-7, they have to win a defending round. Actually, that's not true. They can win their attacking round, but
Maybe their entire intent is to get to 7-7. Looks
Maybe.
like we're going back into the match, though. Yay! No rehost.
yippee!
W. That means our observer did get it right, and both teams are just wrong. So, honestly, though, if I was UCF ACAD, I would have shut my mouth if I was starting at the defense, because
No,
this
they
has been
just
an attacker's
what they
sided organ.
said. What they said was
This
that
has
it
been
doesn't matter if
attacker's
it's
sided.
wrong because the 7-7th round is just going to be a knife fight.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
So it doesn't matter,
It
the
has
order.
to get to 7-7, though. That's the issue.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you start or go second on attack or defense, right? It's just you're going to get to it eventually.
Maybe.
Some teams would
That's
argue
if that
maybe it does,
happens.
but I think like you're arguing incidentals right there, and you're really coping. You're really coping.
Full of the copium tonight, Scott.
That third round is what matters, whether you go back to defense or back to attack, right? That's the one that really matters.
5 seconds to insertion.
And they're just gonna knife find it anyways, which I'm hoping he goes to that round.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
We can't
bomb.
have the tantalizing fruit, the apple in the Garden of Eden, right? Of of a knife fight and then not actually see it go forward. How many times we got baited with that in Project Harmony? And then it never happened.
It did happen a lot. That is starting up back.
Yes, yes it is.
I'm ready for that.
Our observer is now also talking about how they hated that it was baited every single time. Yeah, it was awful.
He is also hating on it.
How dare they?
Everyone is angry. We are calling out Project Harmony.
We are calling out everyone in Project Harmony. This semi-pro scene needs help. Start
We're
knife
calling
fighting.
out both of these teams if they don't knife
Yeah, that honestly, I just say they forfeit the next game if one of these teams doesn't respect the knife fight.
I
Oh
knew
my
that was gonna
God.
happen. I was like, I guarantee you there's a Capcan trap on this door, and sure as enough. Sure enough. Truth dies to a Capcan trap. That's really unfortunate for UCF ACAD because Truth has been their best player, arguably. He's been putting himself in really good positions and just finding the kills that are needed. Now, granted, you still got Panther, who's been shooting well all of a sudden. I called him out, and he started lighting up the scoreboard. He's 5-9 at one point back just a few rounds
He's
ago.
died in every round so far, by the way.
12-12. Hey.
Panther can't live to save their life.
Sometimes us aggressive players go through it, and Panther just walks in through blue, and no one's there to stop him. There's nothing, no information at all to stop the Flores from just waddling their way on in, getting a kill, waddling their way back out, and all of a sudden UCF ACAD have themselves in a solid position. Yeah, Panther's a little bit hurt, but you've still got Rotero drones. You just have to watch out for the C4 lineup that is still brought out here by Vespa. 4 of them exactly, 1 for each player remaining on the UCF attack.
You've gone so heavy in the paint to get all these nitro cells, and nobody's thought about the possibility of a bulletproof camera to place in the back corner over here inside bunker, to have that information, to have that intel. Information is the name of the game. It's Rainbow Six Siege. It's a stealth op game. It's the entire purpose of the Rainbow Six, like, title sequence of games. Now it's noticeably absent. JXP gets a trade instantaneously back with Panther, but it still gives UCF Academy the lead now, with Boogie fragging down 6 on the top of back stairs. And with only 2 now remaining of Nyx and Firebird, you've got to really wonder where they're lying in wait. And Nyx is in a pretty precarious position just on the inside ledge, right towards Pillar. And in a great angle to tear through Boogie first and foremost. Flash is being prepped. They'll toss a nitro cell to try and buy some time. Nothing to it, though. It's 15 seconds are remaining, and both players have to drop in through these hatches. And Greet accidentally gets tagged by their teammate of Krim, and they can't find the safe space to extend into the objective, as now Nyx has the flank, catching one. 5 seconds left. You just have to hide. You just need to tuck yourself away, and I think they're aware of that. This round will be won here, because Nyx can waddle their way up and dance in front of the eyes of the planting player. They know it's over. And somehow, some way, for the first time defensively here for Vespa, basement will be won.
That round was so close, Scott. I mean, it came down to mere millimeters between the final opponents. But fortunately, in the end, for Vespa, they're able to get that defensive round win. And now they have the advantage on here on the attack. Back to Laundry Supply will go. It is the... let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th time we're going here out of 15 or 14 rounds thus far. A pretty heavy play percentage and a heavy loss percentage. So kind of shocking to see us go Laundry Supply so much when both teams haven't really fared too well on the defense. But besides the point, Vespa were able to fare well. UCF think that they'll be able to do the same. And they'll have to. They'll have to try to shut down this hot-handed lineup here from Vespa. Currently 16-10, a really solid match overall. Nyx, I would expect him to step it up. I mean, 10-9 is not a scoreline that you typically see out of him. Typically, you're seeing him with that 15 kills or so here in the collegiate level. But maybe since he's been on a bit more of a supportive role, he hasn't had as much of a chance to get in on the action. Winning a big round, though, for his team certainly provides plenty of impact, as now UCF look to do the same thing and get us that ultimate 7-7 knife round that we've been really hoping for.
We have to get there. I would be very upset if UCF Academy somehow don't hold on to the Spaceman site and give us that oh so glamorous 7th round. Because I'm also curious about who they're going to pick for their operator for a knife round. You're not going to go in with a standard status quo. You're going to go in pretty speedy. You're going to need one air jab, but then everyone else can go real quick in on that attack. Grim's trying to clear away Rotero drone that has clearly already sturdied itself up to detonate. It is what it is. You can see the remnants of the fan down on the floorboards below. That's not going to be annoying as server side, debris gets in your way. Next to toss out another Terra Joan. The angle now being very much so watched, but maybe not watched close enough, but just in time as Crim to clear this away. Hey, Vespa, this is what it's supposed to look like when you're there to deny Terra Jones going for your shield. Maybe also stop sending literally every Terra Joan into a player that's just watching that line of sight.
At least a flashbang or some sort of info. I mean, the thing is, you don't even need the Roterodrone if you just send in the Zoe for the Ash to, or a grenade if you had one in your pocket.
They don't have a Jaeger.
Because there's no Jaeger, no will buy. Truce walks into meeting and actually does not land the shots, but Panther, supporting from above, is able to take down 6. He's been a really good player for Vespa thus far on the map, and that's a body I would definitely want to have off the board and would feel much more comfortable without them presiding in the lobby if I was UCF ACAD. And now the Grim Firebird looking to walk in a meeting as Prim takes down NECC. Not a great play at all. Panther has flanked their way all the way through Z. Truce finishes off JXP. Last member alive is Word, currently not having a hot match at 5 and 12, and their head is taken off by Truce, who extends their kill gap to 15. We go to 7-7. Is this the knife fight round, or is someone gonna play dirty? Do you think someone plays dirty?
No, they were saying, and supposedly Vespa has coped their way through it and just said, we want the knife fight. We want the knife round. Crim says he just wants to ruin Clemson's. You're hurting my game as well, Crim. You're hurting me in the process. Friendly fire.
They don't know you, low bro. They don't know you, low bro.
Friendly fire. I'm a casualty of your war. We can go ahead and take a look at our operator selection finally up here.
I'm so excited.
This is not something I'd expect for a knife fight for UCF ACAD. They can obviously repick. Come on. Vespa's full in on this. They've gone swift. They've gone speedy. The Solus, the Ella, the Cav. My word, I love Cav.
Yeah,
Bandit.
UCF, they gotta find some of those faster operators in the attack. Let me see. Who's 3-speed? Oh, Habana would be good.
I swear to God, he ruins my virtual video game points.
I think Habana would be a good pick here. Who else is a 3-speed on the attack? It feels like there's like none.
Someone might want to go positive.
Ash still exists, but who knows? Nix needs to go positive. He needs to get at least his knife, at least one or maybe 2. They're qualifying the rules of engagement here.
Yeah, maybe that should have been done prior.
This would be hilarious if UCF just line up the firing squad and just gat down all of Vespa. It would be absolute gold. They've lined themselves up.
Somebody's gonna get knocked into Firebird. You're gonna get knocked into the wall behind you. They're coming. They're on their way. Panther picked the wrong starting.
Oh my God! They did it! They did it! I knew it was gonna happen. Can
we forfeit them? Can we forfeit them as like a rule for respect?
Foul play.
A rule for respect?
It's disgusting. It's gross. It's not nice at all. And wow. Absolute tragedy, by the way. The fact that we just witnessed that. Scott and I are upset.
I'm very upset. I'm very upset. That's unbelievable. That's entirely disrespectful.
But I did call it. I did say that was going to happen. I did say that we were going to see.
You guys are continuing to give collegiate R6 players a bad name. I thought your names would finally improve. You would get better because Mason's no longer one of you. He doesn't walk amongst your kind. But it's somehow gotten worse. At least Mason would have respected a knife fight. Where is this coming from?
I do respect it. I do respect the knife fight. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that in map number 1. Maybe when these teams take a few minutes to sit aside,
Vespa will never trust
map
again.
Number 2. That's true. Maybe Vespa will get them back in map 2 and on 7-7. Then all of a sudden we're in map 3. Who knows? That could happen. But we'll see, because we'll go to a break. We'll refresh, and as UCF win their own map pick of Oregon, we go to Clubhouse where Vespa have a chance to defend their own to send us all the way to map number 3 at Cafe.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around.
I usually would like to start a broadcast with a smile, but I'm not. I'm going to throw it down here, actually, Mason. I'm upset. I'm upset on behalf of Vespa. I'm upset against the UCF Academy, more specifically Panther.
I'm upset.
And because of this, UCF Academy have opted now to make a roster change. Rightfully so. They're subbing out Panther. And they're bringing in a new member to the team. You can go ahead and see it here. It's still Boogie, still Creed, still Krim, still Truce. And then it's Meaniehead.UCF subbing in for Panther. Just to get them out of the roster. We don't want to see him anymore. And I will be referring to them as Meaniehead for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, for clarification, Panther is still playing, but we are just rebranding him on our end because
We have morals here.
Someone who breaks the rules of engagement for a melee battle does not deserve to be called their name. They don't deserve their respect. They deserve to be shamed, and so we shall shame them by coining them as the meaniehead of the lobby. So Panther
that's about all
is
we can do.
officially meaniehead.UCF. And that's what it'll be known as. .UCF ACAT. Technically.
They also played on UCF, though, on the main roster. They subbed in, remember?
I know. Meaniehead.UCF. .UCF.UCF.
They've got
anyway.
double accoladed UCF. One-time UCF main roster. Put it in the Twitter bio. SMH my head.
SMH my head. I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. But on the Clubhouse, this is a map that Vespa are very strong at, very solid at. I think that this is a map that they could potentially find themselves winning. Now, I will say, Vespa are on the attack to start. And after that last round, either they're going to have a lot of momentum and they're going to be like, or not momentum, but rather anger. And they're going to smoke UCF ACAT this map. They're just going to 7-0 them, get it over with, and show them who's boss. Or Vespa are going to be like, yeah, we don't care. And they're just going to play the map as they would have previously, had the melee battle not ensued as the way it did. Who knows? What I do know are the operator bands, Habana, Ying, Fenner, and probably Solus to mirror what we saw. Or no, it was a zombie before.
It was a zombie.
I might guess maybe the Mira, but probably
no, it's gonna be the
zombie again. So we're gonna mirror the map band or the operator bands from the previous map. -1, we lose on the Dokkaebi. We pick up the Habana.
Kind of
honestly a
must
pretty
ban,
good ban
yeah.
on Clubhouse. I mean, it's either the Habana or the Maverick. It's one of those typically is a hard.
You can burn out the Maverick by
that.
making it more difficult with the Zoda canisters. So
exactly.
There's workarounds.
Still strong here on this map as well. Mira, obviously very good, especially on this Jim Bedroom site, which is what we will see first here from UCF.
There goes Meaniehead, not picking the 2 brown, despite being the last player there ready for it. Said the Frost. Which is, again, an interesting decision. But there are actually window breaches here for Vespa to opt to go for. If you're talking about highway in the first place, there's 3 big ones you're typically highlighting. The one inside gym, the one right there, the castle barricade just got placed onto, the one that's now being placed in truth as well, and then the one that goes back in towards construction for your entry in from there. And a lot of teams will just breach open that construction window and use it as a pivot point to try to secure their team an entry or try to cut off the exit in the route back towards the site for the players on the defense that are rotating in towards cash. But I'm not seeing a pretty heavy extension towards cash as of the current moment. They're currently barricading off mezzanine eastern subroof, that mezzanine wall. They've already got themselves secure with the setup they would like, with the castle window placed over towards rafters, the one wall secured there. But they haven't gotten everything done just yet. They're opting to go for a weird 50-50 split where they do leave half of that wall soft in towards cash, which means if space gets claimed on highway and they take control of that window, you don't really have the safest of angles to hide behind that secondary reinforced wall, which means I don't know, it makes it even harder to sit stacked inside of that room when your entire purpose there is just to buy time.
Next, will try to work on this main wall first, but they got to deal with the Kaid Electric Claw. That's going to be the first tricky tribulation here on Clubhouse. We got a couple of pocket EMPs, but it's got to be placed properly. It can't be thrown too fast, otherwise the Electric Claw trick is going to come through, and the Kaid gets away with the trick on the top of the jacuzzi wall. And guess what, Scott? There's no more utility to get rid of the Electric Claw, so the only way you're going to be able to get anything off that wall now is opening up the gym window and risking your life potentially by sitting there on that position and trying to Ash Charge or Zofia impact that Electric Claw on the top of the jacuzzi wall, which means you have to know where it is as well. And that's also going to take drones, time, resources, information that, unfortunately, at the moment, Vespa don't really have the luxury of.
Yeah, they've had a lot of time bought against them, which is not really where you want to sit. In UCF Academy, despite the somewhat weaker stack they have off towards that cash side, haven't really made or claimed that space yet, and they've just kind of been getting held back. I'm not seeing anyone on highway that's really opting to control that window. Word was there, but they weren't really peeking through it very effectively. They're not like trying to claim that space. And it created a couple problems where they have to get a little bit overzealous on the backside, where NECC just drops in through inside of Logi through hatch, gets there one, and then all of a sudden the whole roof blows off for Vespa. Truce has to come in on the red side staircase, breach in forward, does get DB&O, and now 6 is aware of that. Somehow doesn't get tapped by that goo mine either there. That was exceptionally close. It was very close. They even get the knife just to make sure you see it in the kill feed there. There's your knife kill you were asking for last game. Now you just need 4 more of them in the same round, UCF Academy. As now Greets all by themselves in a 1v2 as they'll start to relocate to meet up with NECC. 6 goes up to the rooftop and will drop in through Lagi to go alongside their bud.
6 drops down the hatch, hopefully in a moment here, after getting a drone and information on the last player alive here for UCF ACAD. They'll hop into the bathroom. Both players from Vespa doubled up, but one well-placed Nitrocell could go real hairy here for Vespa if they don't play their cards right. Last minute drone gets that just ever so late information. And Greet unfortunately just doesn't know where his opponents are coming from, and he'll get swung from the gym window by NECC. Finds the shots after covering up his teammate, who gets that diffuser down with the smoke grenades, getting a kill. And Vespa will win their first attacking round here.
They make it even worse. He just continued to shoot the corpse there. Just continued to bury the point home.
He had to let him know.
He had to let him know.
I feel like Vespa are taking that side of, yeah, we're irritated that you decided to ruin the rules of engagement on the knife fight, and are going to try their absolute hardest here on Clubhouse to make this map miserable for UCF ACAD. I think they're really gonna send it as a team, which I'm kind of here for. I'm kind of Team Vespa in the moment. We don't pick sides as casters, but in the moment, after past tribulations in the last map, it felt a little unfair for how UCF won that map. So if Vespa were to win this one, and then we go into map number 3 with a fair duel to claim the throne in this series, it would feel a little more, I guess, I don't know the word that I'm looking for. Complete, whole,
justified. Yeah, that's probably
justified.
The best.
Yeah, complete, whole, justified. One of those words. I'm paid to talk about things, and I can barely think of words. I'm not very good at it.
They did come into this map saying it's okay, we know how to play these next 2 maps, right? Like, we can do these next 2 maps. So yeah, I think they're very angry with UCF Academy. And to be fair, I was already rooting against UCF Academy because they banned Chalet. So, you know, that was like half-heartedly a joke at the beginning, and now like you combo in with them, you know, not respecting a knife round, and you've turned a full enemy out of everyone here in the broadcast. So sorry to break it to you, especially Mason. And that's a hard person to put an enemy towards. You sing like the bat symbol off towards him, and that thing will reflect back at you at 2 times the brightness and blind you permanently. That's a dangerous person to make your enemy. Speaking of making enemies, lots of enemies being made for Vespa inside of CCTV. 6 is in the space that they were struggling so long for in the last round to try to control. And even though the basement site is where it currently is in wait for UCF Academy, they still wanted this extension up to the top floor, and they are going to unfortunately have to stay there as NECC continues to shoot corpses after they're dead. Creek goes down, and they just say, okay, keep going.
I feel like I just did. Oh, wow. I think it was
You
necessary.
get your own little bat signal. It's kind of cool, right? Like a superpower.
I don't think it's warranted. I don't think I deserve all this.
I'm just you know,
fire
lashing out any
towards
collegiate
me.
player right now, you know?
You're really acting out, Scott.
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Yeah. My life's going great.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Crim, things are going great for them too. They get the kill on a 6, shutting down the Mad Lad from last map and evening out their man count here between these two teams. Minute 20 left on the clock. Just normal details being completed here. For Vespa on their attack, you've got Word working some of the vertical. You've also got Firebird working some vertical with those flat place charges. Truth's looking to find a headshot on this angle, but he gets dusted by Word. What a shot by the Buck. Just spotting the head of the Wamai, giving Vespa back that numbers advantage they were searching for. But here's Crim, back up the blue stairs, working that lurk, trying to fight back and make ourselves even, but instead he loses his own life due to good information provided by Vespa, giving themselves a deeper man advantage.
That goes right back down to one. Boogie, one of the 2 remaining players for UCF Academy, the other one being Meanie Head. They still have to face off in that man disadvantage. NECC trying to worm their way through effectively, but not really finding the safest of spaces to do so. Why is Central Staircase the #1 way you're trying to work in? I'm not too sure, but it's worked out for Word. Down goes Boogie attempting to swing there. JXP hunting for Meanie Head, but not able to find them. They still have 2 more players they'll have to cut through if they want to come away with a successful victory at the end of this round. Plant starts to go down, and down goes Meanie Head instead, as Word gets the shot at distance, and NECC has to put salt in the wounds the moment the kill happens. Who else but NECC? As another round now falls, 2 in a row for Vespa, who are starting off this attack here on Clubhouse quite nicely for their revenge.
It's nice to have good confidence and good coverage from your team. NECC sticking that diffuser, trusting that Word, a vetted player for Vespa himself, will provide appropriate coverage for that diffuser to go down. Word wins that fight and won a couple of nice engagements after what was a rough map number 1 for himself. He at least is feeling it maybe a little bit more here, more at home here on Clubhouse. So far, UCF 0 for 2. Starting on the preferred defensive side of Clubhouse. They've waken up the beast of Vespa. Truthfully, that decision last map to ruin the rules of engagement, not looking like a good one for UCF. A little bit of karma coming their way.
Karma is important. I don't believe in karma, but I believe in it. If it's karmic justice for a knife fight. Disrespect. Vespa, though, will be plenty happy with the result they've got going so far. They're heading around 3 now as they re-attempt back down into the basement. The dope could be something that was banned out the last map. We're expecting to see a whole lot of when it's left unbanned. How many times have I heard throughout the last 2 weeks here with you and Sirius saying, wow, I cannot wait for Dokkaebi to hit that nerf. What could they possibly do to Dokkaebi? Reduce the amount of calls? Change the information they can gather if you can get a hold of the defense's phones? Change the gun? I'm not sure. But I do know that Dokkaebi fits in quite nicely to what Vespa are bringing to the table. It's just JXP hasn't had the highest heights of success so far in this map, though last map did very well for themselves. One of the reasons why they made it to OT in the first place and had that dominant lead that they unfortunately acquiesced back over towards UCF Academy. The drum work comes for the first 60 seconds of this round, and it's a pure information game. While they try to clear out the top floor, they knew the player was extended up towards Cash in the round prior for the same exact defense, but totally absent this time as UCF Academy say, yeah, you kind of expected it. We didn't want to lose that player so early, so we'll roam over on the opposite side off towards Central, off towards the first floor more specifically, and wait out a little bit more retroactively so we can at least make it back to site.
Same tribulations being done here by by Vespa rather. Word continuing to work his vertical play, going to try to test his luck yet again against his opponents. This time it's Boogie wanting to test Word and see if he's got that quick enough reaction time. Truth's also playing those black eye cameras. Could be looking for a nitro cell with Boogie doubled up inside of the deep side of kitchen. One of those clutch drones from NECC will make their way deep, but doesn't quite get towards that electric claw enough. And it's going to be difficult to open that hatch if you don't find the Cade Claw, and they haven't. Vespa, big mistake on their end. And now it's going to be even harder to attack this already difficult to attack defensive side of basement. And Panther gets the opening kill on the 6, making it infinitely more difficult.
I guess Meanie has to get something every once in a while, right? Give him something. Dish it out twofold, Vespa. Everyone else I actually don't have an opinion about. 6 is a little bit rough for wear. Not the person you want to fall to, not the time you want to fall when your team's already found little success in your attempted approach in towards the site. With 26 seconds left, you get some intel off towards Krim, the drone that comes around the bend that they're readily aware of thanks to the Soulless kit. They'll make a pretty hefty drop in through hatch. They find their one onto Meanie Head, but NECC does go down immediately after the fact to Crete. Krim in a very dangerous firefight somehow still comes out on top of it as it's just JXP. 8 seconds left in red time, has to pull out the goo needle, and unfortunately the only thing they're pulling out of is this route. As it's a loss on the board, and UCF Academy will find their first round win here on our second map of Clubhouse.
Well, finally, a round win there for UCF ACAD, and that really came down to Vespa just making mistakes, not being able to get the hatches open, taking much longer to really get anything going for them on their attack. And that's why you see UCF ACAD walking away with a round win. But now the issue is they've got to go back to gym bedroom. They're not going to be able to go back to the safe haven of Church and Arsenal for another 2 round scout, which means this is a great opportunity for Vespa to continue to capitalize on what has been so far not great UCF ACAD defenses. And they could potentially find themselves with a 4-1 lead, maybe even a 5-1 lead on the attack, if all goes well for Vespa.
And considering that the last map was so attacker favored, how's Clubhouse statistically, Mason? How dominant?
Clubhouse has recently kind of been a weird 50-50 split. It is slightly defender-sided, as most maps are in the game, but you typically see teams going 3-3 at the half. Maybe a 4-2 split for the defensive favor here and there, which gives it that defensive edge. But otherwise, if the attack is winning 3, the defense is also winning 3 for the most part.
Vespa's went away from that mark.
It's rather balanced. The issue is with how strong defenders are, and with a hard breach ban, it does tip the tides into a more defender.
You always ban hard breach on this map, though. You almost always ban
Not all
Habana.
teams do. Not all teams do.
Hashtag not all teams.
Hashtag not all teams. Hashtag not my Meanie Head.
Oh. This is not working out. Oh, what in the world? Oh.
You better run, my guy!
How are you alive?
Run! I don't know, but his Nitrocell is not alive for much longer.
Imagine they don't see it. Imagine they don't see it.
There's no world that just gets ignored, right? Ooh.
There it is. Meanie Head off the board. That's the revenge you wanted, Vespa. You're good now. You can leave this game.
You can call it.
You can call
just write
it. You're
off.
winning. They're negative right now. That's what you're asking for. The minimum. In fact, they're the only person besides Crete that's negative. And Crete should have been very negative because they should have died on that angle right there, trying to step back into bathroom. Won't matter, though. Minute and 45 seconds now ticking away. And Vespa, with that first blood, can start to find where the weakest link of the defense of UCF Academy may lie. You'd expect that maybe Meanie Head was off on a roam and an extension of some kind, so Vespa could try to claim that space. But they want to seemingly go for a bit more of an active approach. You've got plenty of drones into sight inside gym, trying to squirm their way through and find where they have and will have the most success. They've already gotten that jacuzzi wall open, so there's not much more they have to worry about because they got that nice and early. And they've got Crete in a very uncomfortable position as they were full flashed inside bathroom.
They jumped to the gym. NECC is literally inside a gym getting the diffuser down, and no one has an idea about it. Creep might try to hop over, and he does, but Nix has got out. The diffuser's going down. It has to be a retake here from Vespa. Nix from below gets the kill on the Creep, and now can play that counter fuse denial from below. You got JXP, so on the Jacuzzi breach, Nix catches the mirror of Boogie walking away. Krim will try to run downstairs and at least take down Nix, and with the super shorty, it's way too far away, and he loses the engagement. How does Nix get these kills? There's no world that he finds them all. And Virginia Tech, they light up the all chat with the question marks. And so would I. I'm right there with them. What the hell is UCF ACAD doing?
The same thing they did at the start of the first map, where they just kind of, it almost felt like they were screwing around a little bit before they finally said, okay, we maybe actually want to win this out. Except for they don't have any morals in the final few moments to do so. Maybe they were really stressing the whole time. I don't know, but still, the point stands. Vespa open up for the first blood.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Apparently, Nix is calling the execute pre-round. Also, you mentioned that there was something to do.
Oh, okay. So
I want to bring you to that before I forget.
This will be onto the defensive side, but this would be on the site, CCTV cache probably, with the garage walls reinforced. Nix says before to me, in a previous collegiate summer league game, stood on the blue box inside a garage next to the oil ladder, and jumped out of the upper breach that was opened up by an ace. So the wall that Boogie's reinforcing right now, that wall got opened by my team's ace or by a hard breach canister on the top half, right, to play the Capital D Bangle, and then a guy came flying out of it. And I think I slammed my desk after. So I think that Nix has a clip of it, at least the audio, behind what happened. So yeah, if you ever want top 5 embarrassing things for me, that's probably one of them. It's probably up there. Panther,
Really?
egregious on a run out, tries to run out of the meat locker, but unfortunately no one's there to play the game. Does have a deployable shield in pocket, kind of wild. That hasn't put that down, but hey. I guess if you're gonna kill everyone before they can get in the building, you don't need a deployable shield because all your kills are outside the building. There it goes. Now it goes down. Now Panther will assist the team as Firebird begins to work on the garage wall, and JXP will look to use those bees to try to force out this Raptors player.
Those bees quite the thorn. Proverbial and physical thorn on the side of the defending players that would be up inside of Raptors. Truce, though, is pinned in between both canisters that have detonated and will finally start to be swarmed themselves here. Very aware of that fact. There's the firebolt. If you can't get through one piece of utility, there's a secondary one that'll follow up past it. The shots have to connect. They're still up there, and finally they'll go down from JXP's hand. You pincered in for so darn long there, Mason. You have to anticipate they'll fall at a point or another. And it's really the question of, can they get a kill before they do so? And they almost just did. But were incapable of it as of the last moment. Word gets a DB&O. Do they know that Boogie has been taken down? They don't, and it's too little too late to get it back. They're picked up quite successfully. 6 in the fight, gets one, almost gets the second. Somehow Boogie gets picked back up just in time. He's able to refrag that. They even send out a nitro cell afterwards, but I don't know. Not really what you're wanting, and they'll clear that Claymore to make it so it's possible to swing back in through that main.
Somehow we're at a 3-on-3. Firebird has stripped the wall clean, but there's no one available to open up because both of the soft breachers have died. It doesn't matter though, because Firebird gets a big pick to another UCF standing member. Panther close on the CC window. May go unnoticed, May go unchecked. He might just swing and find the kill on his own as he finds one and gets Nix on a camera.
Where's your
where's the
crossfire?
coverage for your team? Oh, Vespa has got to be fuming at each other for allowing that to happen as Panther rats their way into Rafters. Boogie is low HP. This round is winnable for Firebird. The issue is he doesn't have case. He doesn't have time. And he's got no control. He's got no entryway into the bomb site because the wall hasn't even been properly stripped or opened up. And Firebird will just sit outside. He's got to go inside somewhere, some way. He'll jump in through the blue window, walk their way up red stairs, but there's no time. All the defending team has to do is play hide and seek, and they don't even have to do that. Boogie will peek, they'll aggress and find the kill onto Firebird, winning their round and claiming their second defense.
I will say this was a problem that plagued the Vespa side in map 1 as well. Felt like a lot of their crossfires weren't being held, and so players would sneak up on them like we saw in round 1 of our first map, players would sneak into spaces that they had no right to get to, and any sort of drone work would have denied that. And Vespa really did a much better job with their drone work early, later in that second half, but they weren't doing good at the very start when it came to their attack. And I'm starting to see a little bit of them falling back on that mistake, back on their haunches for those errors, and that cannot be allowed to happen. Your whole arch nemesis here is Meanie Head, and you just gave them a much needed assistance to continue to pad their ego and their stats. Who they argued they got 20 kills at the end of the last game, even though one of them was technically a team kill, so it didn't technically count. And honestly, it should count as negative. Should be 18 instead of 19. Yeah, I mean, if you kill a teammate, right, you're technically undoing the kill you just had and evening the man count. So
I feel like team kills are pretty bad.
it should. I'm pretty sure there's some esports where it does.
Scott, that would require you to get kills.
5 seconds remaining.
Require me to get kills. Counter-Strike counts negative.
Attackers are moving
true.
out to locate
Apparently.
a bomb and defuse it.
But we're not Counter-Strike fans over here. We're Rainbow Six Siege fans. Whoa! You're like a Valorant
Great
type of
console.
guy.
Great console.
You're a Valorant type of guy.
On myself in Valorant. Just finished CVAL this weekend. I'm still exhausted.
We had Valorant on the NECC broadcast yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
Good way-
You did with
good
my
way to
main
act.
with my mainstay duo.
Yes.
I'm not with
Alex,
him right now anymore for NECC. Yeah.
So sad.
It's okay. I'll be
That's
with
okay,
him
you
Thursday.
Get me.
I'll be
Smile.
with him Thursday for a different league.
Don't pretend
Yeah.
like you don't like casting with me.
I've got a LAN event coming up with Dallas, actually.
Okay, he's ignoring the entire premise.
I do not have a LAN event coming up with you. So,
Okay. This guy. Maybe one day.
who's
Maybe
better?
one day. Maybe.
Actually, I think I have 2 LAN events. I may have 2 LAN events coming up with Dallas.
Maybe the NECC will have a nice little LAN event for us to go to. We can go.
Probably not.
Go have our fun.
They wouldn't invite us.
Maybe not you. You're not cool enough.
That is true. Retweet.
Actually, it'd definitely be me. You're definitely way cooler than me. You got more style with the Hawaiian shirts. Great.
Style? I'm not even
Also
wearing a
has more
Hawaiian shirt.
style. Taking down word. I'm not one to
A
judge,
basic
okay?
gray polo.
I was trying to compliment you,
I
and
don't
you were
accept your
not
compliment.
taking it,
Yeah.
and I hate you for it.
Alright, you can hate me as much as you want.
It's a strong word. I'm sorry.
I'm willing to
I
take
don't
that.
hate you. I dislike you. As
There
of
you
this
go.
moment.
Mountain?
Mountain.
I feel like finally we see Vespa realize that they can't get the job done without having a Thatcher.
Oh,
So they cave and grab it. Here's the Nitro from below. Do they shoot it in time? Yes, it's clear.
Good aim.
But almost. Bit too far for comfort. They'll try to worm their way to clear out the mirror barricade that's set up, the mirror window, I should say, that's set up over towards blue and utility. They also had the Grim canisters to throw out the bees off towards the Moto door to make sure that there was no chance they could continue to hold that and then wide swing in afterwards without at least paying some sort of cost for it. They're still at that man disadvantage, and this is not where you want to be. They need to weasel their way out of this here. Mason.
Where do the Capcan traps lie? Those traps at late denial, the goo mines, the Capcan traps, those EDDs could be so deadly with the time continuing to dwindle and a potential lack of information for Vespa on where that info is. Boogie tries to use the Nitro Cell to deny the player from bottom main, but Firebird gets that eventual trade. Another one now begins to try to contest as the rest of Vespa flood their way in through Moto. But UCF respond in a huge way. Truce now against Nyx in the one-on-one with seconds left on the clock. Nyx has to try to get this diffuser down before Truce can react. Nyx won't stick it, and Truce with the impact distracts Nyx. He baits and switches through the rotate, and the Grim has no idea where he's gone. UCF even up the half at 3 apiece just in time.
You got to give some props. You got to give some props to the play there with the impact nade. Gorgeous execution to give UCF Academy the 3-3 half they're asking for. In Vespa, despite the amazing start they had, at one point being 3-1 up, could not find anything past it. In Valorant, we call double digits the checkpoint or chokehold. Apparently, it's the 3-round margin here for Vespa. The same exact statistic, and it absolutely was their chokehold, was their undoing, could not win around past it, and now need to transition over to the defense where arguably, as you phrased it, you would like to see it be a little bit more defender-sided of a map, as they have banned a hard breach. You have the Mira unbanned, Dodo canisters unbanned, everything you would possibly ask for on the defense, bar the Azami and the Fenrir unbanned. So it should work out more in your favor. We'll have to see if it pans out for Vespa, because it really didn't for UCF. They barely broke even.
Well, Vespa now have a chance here on their defensive side
5 seconds left before insertion.
to try to take away their map pick. The inverse collegiate special. The way that maps are supposed to typically be played, right? Where the team picks a map, they win that map because they picked it, because they're better at it typically than the other team. And then the opposite being the same case, where Vespa now would win this map because they've picked it and they get to take it away. And then we get to map 3, where it's anyone's game because both teams are equally as good at that map, in theory. That's not always the case based on the ban phase and between how teams play and stuff, but Panther, the rest of UCF ACAT lining up for a swift blue take. They've got the buck rather close, and here they are. They flooded the site. They all run through the Vulcan canister, but they find the kill on a Firebird, and it's a complete explosion through. The retake has to come through for Vespa. Nix and Word both get in on the action. The issue is Panther is still alive, riding terror through his opponents, but he finally is shut down by 6. The kitchen hatch has been open. We're still invested up there, and Truce hasn't even walked in with his own team. There's still a player in back armory. He has no idea. The drop comes through, but he whiffs in Vespa with an incredible defensive round in retake, reading into the rush, beautifully responding, and everyone on Vespa doing their part to win themselves that round.
Crim's upset that he got body shot there. Nix has been doing it to every single player. Every single death that they get in this entire game. They have been making sure that the point is brought home even further past the death. Vespa will get their first defensive round, and that will unfortunately mean the basement is no more available for them. You'll have to go elsewhere for the time being. And they'll have to go up to your secondary objective of choice, which was actually, I believe, wasn't this UCF Academy's primary objective of choice? Didn't they start up here?
They did. They did start up here. Round number 1. But they
So that
did
puts
play,
them up.
They did play Church more times.
They did,
because
yeah.
They were more successful at Church than they were Gym Bedroom.
Yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, Vespa had a really great strategy for this map, for this round, for like this objective. The first time around, it came down to gunfights towards the end. Nix's surprise factor dropping through Logi Hatch, relinquishing control over to the players extended inside cache. They were playing to die. They were had to get very lucky. And that round was essentially one off the back of that. But then second time, the one in with a quick in through gym window from Highway, getting control of it, planting, then having Nix hold control from down below through the hatch inside of Billiards. Perfect for Vespa. Their attacks were gorgeous for this site. Can their defense match up to what their attack has done? And we're looking at a very interesting way to go about it. They have placed nobody inside cache. No reinforcements inside there. They still have extra reinforcements available, and they've opted not to use one.
Oh, poor Cree. Thought he'd be able to get the toes, but couldn't. But Panther takes down Word yet again, getting in on the early action.
Why is Word holding it
himself? I have no idea. I don't know why Word is in that position at all. But the fact that Panther's able to get that kill puts Vespa yet again in the disadvantage. It puts UCF into an advantage. Something that they had last round, but were not able to capitalize on. This time around, they're looking better because they're not set up necessarily for a rush, and they're more coordinated and put together, and they've got rid of this mirror window. They've got, or at least they've broken it so that it can't be seen through. They've also got the jacuzzi wall open. They're working on the con wall, and they're doing the basic steps that need to get done here on Clubhouse.
Whittle your way through the utility first and foremost, and try to worm your way through past that. Speaking of worming your way through, a lot of the teams like to make use of those highway windows, and we can start to see UCF Academy taking some options through it. It's Meaty Head here specifically to do so. They do get DB and Ode, and they want to secure this. Nix is just toxic as can be when it comes to Panther. Nitro Self for secure. Firebird goes down off screen to the hands of Screet. What more can you possibly ask for? Well, more kills from Nix as their other teammate of JXP goes off the board, and Nix can't vacate the premises in time, putting 6 who was down on the first floor all by their lonesome in a 1v4. The collective HP pool of barely 2 3/4. We'll have to get the nitro toss from below. Gorgeously done against Krim. That only gives you all the information in the world about where this player is. Almost knocks the head of the player off here inside of elbow. Couldn't find the safest of spaces to do so. Boogie will get pressured. You have the gun up. Great shot from 6 again. They'll extend off in towards bathroom, not aware of their player lapping back behind in through Logi. 6 will have to turn over towards it. There's one player out in highway. Makes matters even worse. Can Crete survive this onslaught? No, they cannot. 6 hunting for their 4th. And do they know if Truce is out on side of balcony? They do. They rush it, but it's not good this time. The AK-12 will shut you down. But it was maybe a little too late. UCF Academy gave up a lot early.
6 did it all.
Maybe let that happen a little too soon, you know?
Oh, 6 did it all. He literally did
So
everything
much.
that he needed to do to potentially win that round. And then he just sprinted at the last guy. He at least
Really,
could've tried to
people? You
bait
couldn't
for
get
the
one more
plant,
kill?
pre-fire
6 to his
something.
team.
It seemed like he knew his opponent was outside. He just didn't quite know where.
Where else are you going to hold there?
But let's be real. I mean, UCF won that round. They almost then lost that round, but they did win it in the end. And they played better. They did a solid job in the beginning of getting the picks that they needed, getting the control, forcing Vespa to be uncomfortable and swarming as a team. Gave way too many 1v1s in the very end, but thankfully they had just enough bodies to keep themselves up and into the fight to win the round. So they tie us at 4-4 apiece, and we go to CCTV and cash. And is this the round that we see NECC do as tried and true? Is this
Maybe.
Is this where it happens? I really hope so, because it would be really cool to catch our broadcast. I'm not gonna lie, it'd be really cool.
UCF Academy, I don't know if Truth is really going to use a Selma on Garage. They do have a thermite, so Krim would absolutely go to the CCTV hard wall.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Where are those Selmas going to be tossed?
Good question. I don't know. The assuming that he could get over to Garage, then assuming the Panther would be opening the garage wall in theory, because he's gonna.
But
repel
NECC
up.
is not anywhere near there.
I know, and I'm really sad. He's instead in
NECC,
construction.
we were hyping up this strategy since the first map.
I was really hoping it was going to happen. Clearly, NECC has other plans. Firebird trying to bandit trick the wall and gets it just in time. And that's due to the failure. Where's the Capital? Why are the bolts not going through? That's the entire point you've brought him, is to bolt off the bandit trick. And instead, Panther's just standing out there waiting. Now, finally, he's pulled out those flame bolts. And now Firebird cannot trick through this wall. It will eventually get opened up with the help of an EMP. But my goodness. A waste of it.
Why are you standing
at that,
up?
And no way JXP finds that kill on the Osa. Boogie goes down, and now JXP doubles down. He finds Panther wandering into garage all on his lonesome. No one's opened that bottom garage door. That lets the my freight swing as free as can be down the garage stairs, getting that kill and giving Vespa a very nice 2-man advantage.
That means you have no Capital, which means no smokes, no more firebolts. The Osa is down, so no shields whatsoever to your roster. And you're not even utilizing that eastern subroof wall whatsoever, because you've placed the shield there, but you can't get behind it because you're not aware of where JXP is currently lying in wait again. They've already taken down 2. Don't feed the beast even further. They'll have to work their way a little bit in. Make sure that first floor is clear, because it most definitely is not. And 6 is standing out in the open. 6, it's a whole map in front of you, man. You have to be aware that there is more going on than what is visual. Word goes down next, but thankfully Firebird able to regain that man advantage in favor for Vespa. Defensively, they still have so much utility in their back pocket. Firebird's actual bandit batteries aren't going to do you very much. It's the nitrocell in the pocket you're worried about. And still need to be very ever present about the possibility of tossing out here towards construction, as both players for UCF Academy are here. NECC ready to fight. It's just a waiting game for Vespa right now, Mason.
It really is. Great waiting to walk through with Truth. The issue is time is just not on their side. And all NECC has to do is stand up from behind the green box, which no one has checked for. And at least Truth finds one. He finds a second.
Wow.
Almost lines all of them up inside her rafters. But JXP, the hero, for Vespa, winning them that round and giving themselves back into the advantage, only 1 round away from securing match point and trying to send us all the way into map number 3.
Well, they got to this point a while ago in map 1 as well, right? Like, and then UCF Academy came back and won an OT from a bit of a scummy way to do so in the final, but they still arguably had the better chance to do so since Vespa had struggled so much to win a defending round, and they were heading back into that in the first place on their defending half of that final round of OT. But they don't want to deal with the possibility of losing 2-0. They don't want to have the same thing that happened to OC Esports just occur to them, but even against the Academy roster. They're trying to secure as best they can. And NECC has been out for blood. NECC has been heaved, to say the very least, Mason. They've been vocal about it in the in-game chat. They've been vocal about it in the Twitch chat. They've been vocal about it everywhere they possibly can be. And it just gets worse. 11-5. 6 is doing pretty darn good as well. They had that 3K, almost 4K a couple rounds ago, 2 rounds ago, I would say. It did help them out on the kills department, but 7 deaths to the 5 that NECC has to their name. And NECC has been a great utility player as well as being able to push in for kills. Vespa are out for blood, and UCF Academy are the team that are really struggling to find the way into the game round after round, especially when they're giving up these first bloods very early, and Vespa continues to refrag past them. They get the kill, they step back, they then play in for another one. If they lose one off towards construction, they did last round, almost immediately afterwards, they're ready to swing that with a secondary player and try to catch UCF Academy off guard. And they're even going for a spot peek here because they try to rush in through sewer, through oil, whatever the name for it happens to be in this year of 2024, what it used to be back in 1938, it feels like half the time. This game's so darn old.
Back in my day.
What is this sprinting from UCF Academy? They got the Monty.
Seems like UCF ACAD just like don't understand how to attack basement, or they're not very confident in it. So their strategy instead is, let's just run at them and see how it goes. Long angles being established though by Vespa. That's the concern here. You've got one player prone by Church waiting. Word at least finds one, but NECC holding this deep foot angle. One shot takes down Krim and finishes him off, putting Vespa back in the man advantage, which is what they desire to be in. They could leverage this Monty though. Monty could help them out, at least in gaining these angles. NECC will take the swing. Can he spot the Dokkaebi? No. Just backs off enough, but so far, both teams at a standstill. Neither team really knowing what to do as the Monty now heeds and backs off. Gets called back to his rightful owner and his team.
Leash him back in.
Forward, right? Exactly. Get to put him on the lead.
Lead?
Lead, like Minecraft, dude. Minecraft reference? No? Wow.
I know what a Minecraft reference. You use leads when you talk about horses.
True. He's on the leash. Let's pull back on the leash. But Krim finds one on a Firebird. NECC immediately refrags, so there goes down the IQ that was 1 HP. But at least they were able to get one for themselves. And that's the important part.
Refrag instantaneously. Usu drops in through that hatch, cleared up and secured by NECC, who had fallen back towards the central staircase. Great gets caught off guard, just barely facing the woes of siege timing at its finest. It's just Boogie now remaining in a 1v2, able to secure at least one from the process. Pistol out, can't do much more. They're entirely pincered in, letting NECC feed their ego and their KD even further from range from the back your basement hall, through the church wall, and up the Vespa to give them match point here to get us on into map 3. For a very annoying map, but a map that I'm sure Vespa will still be very happy to usurp the UCF Academy, I won't say dominance, because they haven't been dominating as much in this map, but the UCF Academy ego that allowed them to somehow go in and ruin a knife round in the first map.
I'll tell you what, NECC is depleting the ammunition reserves rather quickly.
Yeah. What was it, like 2 years ago? You never saw a pro player. It was like 2 years ago. You never saw a pro player with ammo left at the end of a round. And it's not because of what NECC is doing. It's because they were wall banging every bangable surface that was there, shooting through anything and hoping, right?
Like crazy, yeah.
NECC is doing it the wrong way, but it's still ending with the same results.
He's doing it backwards. It's after he kills the person rather than trying to kill the person.
Yeah. It's the zombie land rule, right?
The poor janitor that has to go and clean up all that.
They're so talented. They get the whole thing set up again within, what, 45 seconds of waiting for the operator pick?
Really, truthfully, incredible. I mean, record-breaking talent. But
Genuinely.
that janitor has to spend maybe an extra 2.5 seconds based on how fast they're able to do it.
Like, how many janitors are there? Because there's got to be like diminishing returns for people, right? Because he's like, okay, I'm going to build a house alone, and it's going to take me 3 years. But if I have a second person, maybe it'll only take me a year and a half. 3 people, it's only going to take me a year, right? Like, but at some point, you put in 100 people to build this house, they're going to start getting in each other's way, and it's going to start reaching diminishing returns. How many people can rebuild the map of Clubhouse at one time?
One
and clean it up
per square inch.
Well, mine, they didn't even touch basement, so I'm good this time, guys.
One janitor per square inch, right? They move in one foul swoop, right? They clean. One person's like spraying stuff down, the other person's right behind him wiping it, and then the other person's behind him drying it. And they've got a 3-man crew.
Are we talking about like an assembly line of cleaning?
Yes, of cleaning, exactly.
What a world we live in. Great clearance there for Firebird off the board. Unfortunately, it's at the hands of Meanie Head, but that's still exactly what you're asking for. We're using the God 6, opening up that door, the castle barricade is, to lead you over towards Elbow and securing that first frag. And unfortunately, 6 goes in after the fact. You have to claw this back. If you're Vespa, NECC does so with a Nitro Cell.
So far, so okay, I would argue, for Vespa, but NECC finds another kill. It's on to Boogie. The castle, unfortunately, JXP not able to capitalize and take down Truths for good. But NECC's on for 16 kills so far, looking to hop out potentially. This master bedroom window, or at least finding the angle on it.
But you know they want it. There it is.
Out. He gets the kill. It's not looking so good here for UCF. Krim will drop the hatch, take the engagement. He wins it, but NECC is alive, and he's been on a tear this map. 17-5 to his name. Truth down, but not out. Could be recoverable. And gets revived inside of Cash. NECC is retaken all the way into logistics. He's back on his mirror, back on home turf. If he kills this player outside the window, he doesn't. Just missing out. NECC will be forced to rotate. And how does he clutch this out? He's downed Krim onto the window. NECC knows about it. He takes the engagement and he clutches it. It's an ace clutch for NECC to close out the map for Vespa, finishing the map on 19 kills. Well done by the captain out of Vespa. And we're going to map number 3, Scott. Each team has respectively won their own map pick, although one did it in a more fair manner. We're going all the way to Cafe to see who the rightful winner of this match will be. And we will have that just finish between these two teams that we all ever so decided.
And NECC does that with the same kill total that Panther had at the end of map 1. That required OT. That required them to cheat in a knife fight. That made them so scummy. NECC does that and more, I would argue, as a more consistent player for the team, not needing OT, and just being an end-all, be-all player for the roster. That is what you want to see from a player who comes into this one obviously very annoyed, very angry at the competition, and needing their second map win so they can push it on into the third. Big map for NECC, and you have to be excited for it, but you also have to be excited for the third map, which you're going to head to after a quick little break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back here real soon.
I can feel it saving me. Hold me, can you hear the symphony? message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC and map 3 of this interesting series is about to go underway as we now transition over to our favorite map in all of our 6 here, Mason, the map of Cafe Dostoevsky. Oh, it's just so enjoyable.
I don't mind a little bit of cafe. I think it's going to be very interesting. I think that many of the rounds are going to be swift because there's probably going to be about 19 spawn peaks and 150 jump outs. Exactly to that number. I've also just received a DM from NECC literally as we were talking that he is not very happy after map 1 and has a fire and wants to basically ruin the lives of UCF Acad. Of course, Vespa did have the map advantage going through with the round differential. Between map 1 and map 2, UCF only beat Vespa by 1, whereas Vespa beat UCF by 3 with a 7-4 scoreline. So, that being said, Vespa gets the side choice. They choose defense, which means it's going to be spawn peak frenzy and a crazy here for Vespa on towards UCF. So I would be rather careful and probably be ready to play Blackbeard and sit in spawn.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Mason. I also want to point out, as this was pointed out after we sent a break, because our producer's so nice and gives us this information after we're no longer able to talk about it. Not only did NECC tie the amount of kills that Panther had at the end of map 1, the kills that Panther reached by cheating in a very fair knife fight. So they shouldn't count anyways. But NECC also did so with a third of the deaths on the second map than Panther had at the end of the first. A third of the deaths. He is statistically like 80% more effective in that time span than what we saw Panther do. And poor Fenrir, man. This dude cannot survive a ban phase.
I will argue that Vespa I was gonna argue something.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
I believe in you.
Lost yeah, my brain like blanked and fogged. Yeah, I was mesmerized by the band phase actually.
Oh.
No, okay, here's what I was gonna say. I will argue. Our producer actually did give that information. He only gave it to me though before we closed it up.
So he picked selective.
Instead of letting me talk, he decided to hog the mic.
I wanted a break. I
So
needed water.
I blame you.
Some of us haven't even eaten yet today.
Don't hate. I know, me neither.
I am starving. I have food waiting for me upstairs.
I have food waiting for me downstairs.
Wow, we're like total opposite. Is it the same food? We're like sharing a pizza. We're gonna like have like a spaghetti bowl of spaghetti and
the
like.
issue is I can look out my window and you can look at a wall.
I have 8 windows in my studio.
What the heck?
Yeah, it's just the back wall is brick. Everything else is you know, no more room. It just has a ton of windows.
Yeah. Take it out.
Yeah.
You're taking L Observer. You have to observe Cafe. Haha, that sucks.
I punch. It's 7 windows.
Yeah.
Slightly wrong. If you count door windows, it's technically 8. It's the door that's leading into the studio. It also has a window on it, so 8. 8 windows.
8 windows. That's a lot of windows.
Yeah, I have to have like really big blackout curtains over them and a bunch of soundproofing panels in the room because they like reverberate the audio otherwise.
Well, already starting off with the spot pick as NECC. I expected this to be the case. To be frank, and we're starting off with mining and dining, by the way.
Your name is Mason.
To be frank, that's a statement. It's an expression.
Frank Herbert.
Why would I say? Would I say to be Mason? Would I say to be Mason? No.
Yeah, you could.
To be frank.
I mean, I would kill to be Frank.
But no one wants to be me. No one wants to be Mason. No one wants to be Mason.
Ain't that the truth?
So.
Did we get your genetic lottery if we become Mason?
Is it a lottery? Is it a win?
I didn't say it was a win. It's just a lottery.
Yeah, you get the hairline.
Oh, all right. Then I will most definitely never become Mason.
Well, I would.
You said it this time, not me. All right, I'm pointing out. You mentioned the hairline, not me.
I like being Mason. Thank you very much.
I'm
Mason
proud of you.
Is a W name. W's. Grim walks up the red stairs and
right
gets
behind
an easy
somebody.
kill on a Word because Word is facing the wrong direction, trying to engage with the players outside on the balcony. And well, down goes Word, down goes a member of Vespa. It's quite often that we see Vespa get opening pick, but they fight back. They get a couple of kills to go their way and sway back that man advantage into their favor.
Nick's trying to work from above, has sight lines to the ankles of Panther, but can't secure this one this time around. Very unfortunate for them. I'm sure the Ego would definitely appreciate knocking Panther down a peg once again. They'll have to rely on 6 to do so instead, and that will be the case with the MPX, headshots galore, and UCF Academy at their wits' end for how to recover in this round. Double the player count available for the defending Vespa side, as they just don't have any ability to breach in through that mining window, and all chances of success direct in on this second floor have failed you. Where do you go from here? Bakery roof has not worked. You can't find success from the floor above because you're not sure who's up there, and there's nearly not enough time to clear it out at this point. You have to pray that the final 15-20 seconds of a rush could theoretically work out for you, but Truce has gone AWOL. They're off in no man's land. They're working in elsewhere. They'll take a different approach for still a second floor entry, but off on the opposing side balcony that observers hate to have to see because it messes with the camera for some reason. I still don't think it's fixed.
Poor observer.
Yeah, rest in
Really-
peace. This isn't me
Really,
dogging
really
on
must
you,
be such
Griffin.
a hard job to watch people play the video game. You know?
Yeah, but like your camera gets all messed up when you peek that side. Speaking of getting messed up,
Truce is
the
playing the
Vespa
video game.
defense is getting messed up. Truce on a rampage. Tearing through. Creed has no such luck, though. Can't find their way forward. Down goes Truce. The rush in, and NECC gets 2 more to close off this round. And a great way again for Vespa to say, yeah, we started off the first map good, the second map good. This third map's going to be no different.
Maybe I'm seeing into why UCF wanted to take that round, because they foresaw the future. Back on Oregon, they foresaw that if they wanted a chance, they needed to win that round to try to take off the mental side. But they've lit up the fire in investment. They look better than ever. NECC especially looking really strong. 3 kills in that first round. 6 also locking himself back in. And I only imagine that that's going to continue as the map goes deeper and deeper and deeper, Scott. And UCF ACAD, they're going to have to lock it in together as a team. They're a little disjointed in that movement there, that previous site. Not a lot of teams get that experience in attacking, mining, and dining, so it is fair to assume that maybe UCF ACAD aren't well practiced for that site. But they've got to make the adjustment now to go and attack on that first floor of kitchen and cooking and see what they can't do and what they can do. And hopefully what they can do is get themselves either in a bakery or in above, work some of that vertical, and make their play as needed. NECC's looking for a spawn peek, almost dies and is punished, but with the SMG-12, maybe a little egregious. Maybe just a little extra feeling himself, you know?
Say accretious?
Egregious.
Yeah, that's the
It's
word.
a little egregious. Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm fairly certain you said accretious.
Oh.
Accretious?
I don't know what that would be.
Accretious?
Yeah, I don't know what that would be.
You know, Crete? You know, on UCF Academy? Crete? I'm trying to give you a chance to recover here, Mason. You're just not.
Oh, Crete's on the team. I see.
Yeah, yeah. So there you go. Took you a minute.
I'm
You graduated
slow.
college? You graduated?
I'd like to tell people that, but that's something I like
Don't
to
tell my
people.
employer.
No.
First blood will fall, though. 4-6 once again, starting off this round in a good foot. Down goes Krim, and your IQ that was probably a pretty important and influential operator for your attacking lineup here to find and snuff out a lot of the utility for the defenses. Now no more, and every angle you've attempted to step in from has had and met the same exact fate. Panther up on the first floor goes down, trying to sneak their way in. 6, who just goes pro and right over there towards the you know, Bano side is managing to catch yet another one off guard as Boogie wasn't looking towards the floorboards. And Six is somehow about to sneak away yet another one. So that's actually stolen by Nyx. That's a little rude, Nyx.
Tragic. Maybe Nyx actually got the SMG-12 kill, and that was the down, and it wasn't Six.
Maybe
the MPX kind of sucks at range like that.
It
also sucks when you're fighting against Truths, because the AK-12 is just really strong. Yeah, but and Nyx was like up white stairs, like next to the guy.
Yeah, that is true.
Versus like Six was firing from Africa over in Cigar. So, you know, if we're equating Cafe to the world map, basically the distance between Cocktail and Cigar Lounge is the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Well phrased.
The distance between Truths and winning this round is also the entire Atlantic Ocean, because Nyx is waiting for him at the bottom of the white stairs, and surely soon enough he will polish off the kill. It's actually
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
JXP. No,
did you really have to
like
pan over at that moment to watch that happen? We could have gone without seeing that.
I could definitely sleep better tonight without having to see that. The Nitro Cell will
From
be what
that
polishes
range.
off Truths. Although Nyx could have done it with just one helping little bullet, the Nitro Cell, because of how low the fuse was brought down, gets the kill. And Vespa will take round number 2 in a very odd and yet comical fashion.
We've got a series in our hands, folks. That wasn't already prevalent enough for the fact that we're on the third map of the day, actually. But Vespa has started off every map so far with a 2-0 start, if I recollect correctly, or at least getting a 2-round lead early in the first half. That would be maybe the more accurate way to state it. They are always getting that engagement early, getting that lead. And in the first map, it helped because they did very poor in the second half. They were not able to close out that second half whatsoever, and UCF Academy was allowed to come back. That was not the case, though, when we jumped over to the map of Clubhouse, where Vespa carried that lead, used that momentum to drive the point home, and then end off with Nyx with 19 kills. And they're even having less deaths this far into this series than they had on that map, as they are 4-0. Not a death to their name, only Six is out fragging them, and Six has 2 deaths. They've been getting kills and getting killed. Nyx is just doing the first part, and he's not having any of the latter.
5 seconds to go.
So far, 2 rounds up,
Good pickup.
2 rounds down for Vespa. They're doing very good, I would argue. I mean, it's Cafe. It's kind of defender-centered. I mean, a little bit, right?
Big awkward Six. All right.
It is a little.
Sometimes you make mistakes.
Yeah. And sometimes you make stop.
Yep. Yep. A lot of people make that mistake. There's a lot of Scots out there in the world.
True. Imagine being pregnant for 9 months, only for that child to pop out, and you go.
That's all right. My mom only had me in there
Scott!
for like 8 1/4, you know?
That's what's wrong with you?
I was not done cooking
no
either.
Wonder. You came out raw. Undercooked.
Raw. Oh my goodness. What a way to phrase that. That is awful. Just Gordon Ramsay in the hospital. It's raw. It's raw.
Unfortunately, we can't say that word on broadcast, but yeah, we
I
would
can't
still
get the real Gordon Ramsay part into it. I'll keep my tongue held. But Six gets a nice Nitro Cell frag. Nyx gets themselves a nice one with the NV19. It doesn't really keep word alive, as Crete will refrag at least something to be had. And Firebird and Six aren't too far behind them. This is a man advantage for Vespa that has quickly just doubled dodown the wrong way. And JXP hit your shots. You had to get that sooner, and instead you get in the line of sights of Panther, putting Nyx where they have to go 7-0 on their stat sheet to clutch up this round to get Vespa their 3-0 start they were really hoping to grab here.
I think if Nyx wins this round, there's going to be a lot of typing coming towards the way of UCF. Crete seems to have the draw, but he can't land the shots. Panther wrapping around. Nyx needs to be aware, but Panther is better in the engagement. Nyx pinched in between a 180-degree crossfire. Just can't find the shots to get it done. And UCF ACAD will win their first round. Expected, but was a winnable position for Vespa.
Oh, The 3-0 start for Vespa will unfortunately not come true for the Vespa fans out there. And UCF Academy are still making sure it's known that they can, in fact, play on this map. But Vespa's going to head back into Fireplace Hall and Mining Room, where UCF Academy, to be totally honest, Mason, were unbelievably one-dimensional in their approach when it came down to trying to pursue this site. The 2 players they had that were taking any op-stute angle whatsoever that was not just straight in from the bakery roof died almost immediately. Vespa found those first blood. So if they're able to keep those 2 alive and work their way and worm their way top down, as you would maybe anticipate in some capacity, could maybe expect something to work out in favor for UCF Academy on the attack. But you would have thought it would have gone better the first time anyways, because they had flanked up their central staircase and found a kill early right off the rip. Vespa still manages to stay in and alive and keep that comeback brewing up. But the attacking lineup for UCF Academy, they don't want the Nomad. They want the Gridlock. They want the Track Stingers. And for a map like this, it makes the most sense. Didn't like it on the first map of Oregon, but it's really darn good on the map of Cafe, because each of those lanes, you can see at the top of White Stairs right there, long and flat. Lots of open space for those Track Stingers to extend upon themselves. They really do give the most coverage in that regard. You'll be a little bit more silent in clearing those out, so it's a little bit harder to work with. NECC trying to go for a spawn peek. Finally has their first death, not letting that keep them at bay. Trying to bear towards the throats of UCF Academy. They're already in the building. What speed coming out here. The drone for Panther getting so much information. Usually you would hold back with a drone at that distance. You wouldn't try to put it into the objective so soon. No, they want all the gas. They want all the heat. They're inside.
Send it. It's better to have some information than none at all.
It's true.
If it's deeper in the site, and if you're able to get there later in the round, it could provide very useful. Now, without there being a Solus on the board, of course, it does make it easier to get those drones deeper. And it makes it a little bit easier to cut off players, like Six, who is currently stuck at the top of White Stairs, has gotten his way out. But there's a couple players stuck on this top floor here for Vespa. And unless they've got that hatch open, there's no way out. Okay, Firebird does drop in 6 as well. So now the Vespa retreat has came through. The issue is they've given up so much control of the top floor, and Firebird gets killed by Panther to start off.
Still have that man advantage. NECC saying goodnight. Wow, NECC is still in the heat of things, angry. As they've got the cardiac sensor down below. Any have information for the player up inside Whitehall? Do they know where to go from here? Do they know how to adjust to it? White Stairs down. Be a bit dangerous. NECC will rotate back over through to mining instead, and or train, I should say, instead, and watch the hatch that's now been breached. And we'll have another drone down below, spotting a player down on the first floor. 6 will have to relocate back upwards. NECC, though, off screen, removes 1, and 6 with a flick. What a shot to Crim! You're looking that way, sure, but you were highly looking towards White Stairs first and foremost. Boogie will avoid the obstacle that is 6 and deal with them, but the LMG at distance of JXP, who was very upset they ran out of ammo a couple rounds prior, will refuse to do so this time and have a big Alda to do the job.
Vespa looking really solid, and as he said, JXP, let it sing. Let her rip, one might say. Vespa really solid. I mean, 6 there with the flick. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Top tier, personally, I would say. And Vespa continuing to just ride their own train, right? They're writing their story, trying to win as many Cafe defenses as possible, because when we get to the attacking side, this map typically has a history of being a little bit more defender favored, especially with the aggression from both of these teams. I feel like it's going to be even more so that way, due to the fact that Cafe is a map that it's hard to be aggressive on as an attacking team, because there's not a lot of entry points into the map that you can run through doors or whatever the case may be. It's usually through windows or hatch drops or whatever, something along those lines, right? So I expect that Vespa may struggle just as UCF ACAT is here with their initial entries and with their initial aggression and site takes, which is why you haven't really seen UCF ACAT go for any of those fast direct takes, because it doesn't work as easily here on Cafe.
My favorite part of Cafe, Mason, is when all the teams go straight up to the rooftop and then work their way down.
I thought your favorite part
And
was the
UCF
end.
Academy
I'm not gonna
are
lie.
refusing to do that in this round. Which I will stray away from the joke. I love this. Anything but that, please. Anything but the rooftop down. I don't care what objective it is. If you go to the rooftop and worm your way down, it's so annoying. It's the same old strategy every single time. Even though UCF Academy scorned me early by faking a knife round and ruining the whole entire thing and winning a map off of it as well, which is just ridiculous. They're at least playing Cafe differently, and they haven't spotted 6 on stairs? Oh! They don't get the Monty because of it, but they still get Crim, which means your flank watch from there. That skeleton key, the Buck, no longer in contention. And Boogie's even taking a huge lick of damage in the process. Vespa are winning the early game of this round purely off the back of 6. But 6 overextends, gets a little bit too overzealous, and will pay the price. And wow, NECC actually did just tap Truce there, but just didn't get the kill.
It's not Truce quite on the upside on Repel. Truce is helping from
Who's the Repel?
bottom of the way. I think it's Panther.
I just see Truce HP drop the moment NECC's
hard
fired.
To tell. It is the Flores of Panther. And Crete gets the kill on the Echo, who runs out. Lots of pressure applied to the Warden here, stuck inside of VIP. NECC is going to have to do some seriously heroic things now that JXP has also fallen off the board. NECC will swing around, finds one, a second with the headshot onto the Montaigne. He knows there's one in reception. He has to win this duel, but the IQ runs away. They run into Coat. NECC has the angle. Can he find the kill? Back into Coat goes the IQ. The wraparound from behind, try and hit the freezer rotate. NECC has 2 angles yet again to deal with in this engagement. The Echo Drone gives the call out, but NECC is really in an ugly spot. He's got to move back. He gets back behind the whiskey bar. It's safe for now, but how long will it be? There's red pings, there's perfect information. NECC is panicking. There's nowhere he can go. He's destined to die here, but the gridlock avoids his teammate. He begins to go for the plant. NECC could win it all with a shotgun pump, but Truce clutches it out. So close, yet again, for the Vespa captain. But UCF just barely have enough manpower to finally take down this warhorse.
Oh, imagine. If NECC had pulled that off there. Honestly, if you UCF Academy, why are you not just rushing the player anyways for the kill? You have a 2v1. A full pincer.
Well, you should be playing it together for sure. You shouldn't have one person just evacuate your teammate.
Yeah, I don't understand the player moving off to go plant the diffuser. That doesn't make sense to me there. But they made the decision. They made their bed. They had to lay in it. And unfortunately for Vespa, it was quite a comfy one. And they get to ride the lap of luxury for at least that round, giving them their second as they now head to the final round of this half, their last attacking round in this series. And you've got yourself Vespa defense down inside a kitchen once again. And it looks like they're going to bring out the near exact same strategy. They're going to have that Montaigne on the board. They won't have the IQ like they had. Instead, they're going to go for the Grim to try to make it a little bit easier to clear out some of those more annoying cubbies that Vespa were lying in the previous round. Our observer has made a joke. Beezier, if you would. That was so lame.
I'm laughing at the reaction, not the funniness. Yeah. It was actually terrible. Your reaction is just hilarious because you're bad.
No one can hear the observer, Mason. Just sound like you're talking to yourself right now.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going insane. This series is driving me up the wall. Oh, here comes the producer talking to me now.
Everyone's in my ears. He refuses to speak to me, huh? I see how it is. You're gonna leave me? You're gonna leave me out high and dry, Dan?
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, he just asked me who I was. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Yeah,
yep, there he goes. Well,
didn't stop you early from sliding my DMs now, did it, huh?
Ooh, feisty. I'm gonna have to wrap this up at the end of the game. Well, 6 runs out past the what? How does 6 run out past the Monty and get the kill? But somehow UCF actually have the better advantage here. It's a trade between both teams as Firebird takes Crim back down. And it's Panther, Crete, and Boogie, last couple members alive. NECC has to try to run back, and he does successfully, but he's cut off by Panther. Beautiful log angle all the way through Freezer. And the man who nearly clutched it all last time around is now no longer in play. Firebird wraps around. The Monty spots him, though. Panther with the swing, finds the headshot, 3 kills on the round, and now Word has to clutch out. He's a demon with the SMG-11. He certainly has the talent. He's got a Nitro Cell to do it. He goes for the fake melee at air? I don't know exactly
doesn't work
what he's
anymore.
going for, but the Nitro comes through, and the Grim is out of the window. And he's being the winner. He's wasting so much time. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter. He's wasted enough time for Panther to reposition. But Panther loses it. But it's a Monty.
It's a Monty.
And how do you win against a Monty without a Nitro Cell, without utility, without anything to get it done? Maybe you just win on the counter defuse. Maybe Boogie drops his shield and you get the kill, but you miss. But what? No way! Word melee through the shield. Just gets past it, and Vespa win the round!
That is the most visceral reaction you would get out of me for a scenario like that. I can't even begin to explain to you what just happened. The shield apparently isn't fully deployed back up for the Monty, so the melee knocks the shield back, or did they attempt to fake the deploy and undeploy? Yeah, I think the timing was so tight that the shield wasn't out yet. And that allowed for the shield to be knocked back for the melee. And Vespa gained a positive half. Now heading over to attack on Cafe, which Mason, in the collegiate scene for the NECC, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong since I wasn't here last semester, Cafe attack was really darn good. I think like 70% of the time they would win an attack.
I wasn't here last semester either for Vespa, so I don't know.
No,
for
I wasn't talking about Vespa. I mean in general, NECC R6. Two
I
seasons ago.
for NECC.
It was a lot. It was a lot of attacking round wins on Cafe.
Vespa are confident. They're a confident team.
Yeah, they were confident
issue
going
is
into this map.
They do have a few subs in, and that does change how you play. That changes how you have to approach these rounds. But so far, they look like they're on a pretty good roll. At least on defense, they seem comfortable. But it's attack where you really struggle and you slow down when you don't have your 5 main roster players in, because someone may drone something differently. Someone may open the wrong portion of a wall. Someone may not use their utility when they should. Someone may be less responsive or not as good of a shooter as what you rely on. All of these factors come into play when you have substitutes on the board. The issue is, well, not the issue, rather the question is there going to be someone from Vespa that steps up? Do these subs step up that are in play? Do they make the decision they need? And that drone is just too late. And that could be an error due to a failed drone. NECC dies just walking too fast for the drone to catch up. And he dies. And now 6 goes as well. Word trying to find a refrag as the twins double up with each other. But the Malusi's gotten out of dodge. She's all the way in reading. And she's just gotten away with 2 free kills. So even if she dies, she's done her job. It doesn't even matter. And if she finds a 3rd, call the round over here. Call it tried and true as she finds a 3rd and gets back upstairs to the bomb site. Super successful round winning for Truce, barring the fact that UCF doesn't throw a 5 or 6.
10 kills. 10 kills for Truce. And you've got Boogie with 1. Just throwing Boogie under the bus here for a moment because I think it's more impressive.
But they're combining for 11, so...
Yeah, okay, yeah, but if you really want to save Boogie some grace, you say... And I have nothing against Boogie, I have everything against Panther. You would say they have 11 combined kills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just way more impressive sounding.
Boogie and Truce, I have 11 kills through 6 rounds together. That's a big... They're crazy. I would say the same thing. Like, if I was like 0-7, which has happened before, and my teammate has like 13 kills,
James Bond
I'm like, yo, we're combining for 13 kills right now. We're crazy. And what's crazy is the fact that JXP is in a 1 versus 4. And there ain't much he's going to be able to do as Krim finishes him off from Pixel. It's an easy kill for the Warden. Lines up the shots. And UCF bounce back with a nice defensive round twin to start off their half.
At least you set the tone and the tempo early, right? Like, you got to start off on the right foot if you're going to head into a defending half. And Vespa, they really just didn't have any sort of any sort of idea about what they needed to do in this round. The roam game from UCF tore them apart, and Vespa was looking at this. I would say Vespa are looking at this strategy and whatever they had written in the books and saying, okay, this works with 5 people. There's nothing in here that says, what do we do with 3? There's nothing in here that says, what do we do with 2? And they just were really lost past that point. And you need depth in your strat books. You need backup plans. You need following up plans. Maybe they lost the 2 most important operators in their lineup for that strategy. I don't know. But there's no reason to look like a chicken with your head cut off, roaming around to try and catch those players when you know they've extended, gotten their kills, and gotten right back to site.
Just taking a moment to recognize the incredible match we have on our hands, Scott.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
It's a pretty good game. Barring we forget the last round of map number 1.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
I would argue that it's been a pretty decent series. Both teams playing fair. I wouldn't say that any team is amazing or has done anything that has shell-shocked me into being like, oh my goodness, I can't believe we're seeing that. But
Loading the magazine.
okay, maybe Truth is playing at another level as a word is
Wow.
dusted. And Truth feels so bad about the shot that he just hit. He actually had to apologize. And he finds a second on a 6. Both twins now out of the lobby for Vespa. Panther gets in on the action, finds Firebird and JXP. Nyx loses an engagement. It's a flawless round in not even 45 seconds for UCF as they completely stuff Vespa from even getting inside the building.
All right, what was this we said so much about Vespa really liking this map and really excited for their attacking half and what they were doing with it? They're not doing much with it right now.
Not
only did they fail to even enter the building. All right, Vespa, I know I dogged on most teams for going up to the top and then working their way down. Go up to the top. Get up to the roof. Just get in the building next round, please. That's what I want to see is Vespa get into the building for more than 2 seconds for every person that's entering in. Oh, and they've got to do it on the tertiary side as well. The roam game for UCF, the extension, has been so darn good. How do you take this down, Mason? What do you do? I think intel is one of the bigger things, maybe. But you tried the Jackal, and that obviously didn't work out for you. 2 foot in the building, Observer? That's what you just said in my ear? 2 feet in the building. Plural.
I suggest you run at them.
Plural.
10 seconds left before
I try not to name anybody by name.
5
Except
seconds.
unless it's Mason and I talk about his forehead. In which case, I don't want anyone to think I'm misconstruing it with anybody else, you know? Oh, Panther's going to go for a run out.
I call everyone by their name.
There it is.
Oh! Wow. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, these rounds are just... it seems like Vespa
Next level
lost.
toxicity.
There's nothing they can do. I mean, the redouts are just deadly for Panther. And, Jake's be gone. Granted, it's the Grim, maybe not going to be super helpful to the attack, but definitely having 5 players is more helpful than having 4 when you're attacking 5 players. Or any amount of players, for that matter. You could be attacking 100 people, and 5 would definitely be more efficient than 4.
I literally, like, zoned out because you just sang numbers, and I just lost it. I couldn't handle it.
Hello, my name is Dan, and I am the numbers man. My name is Dan.
What happened to the days
But our
of us
producer's
saying
name is
casters
Dan-
don't
is
do math?
Dan.
You're like bringing numbers and
He came into my ear and said, "What's that?" What? This guy is a nerd, ladies and gentlemen. This guy in my ear is a nerd. And UCF are nerding out all over Vespa because they just cannot be stopped. Finally, Firebird steps up and finds a pick. There's still 2 more players up here on the top floor. It's not even the bomb site. Scott, for Christ's sakes. 6 can't capitalize on the kill onto the Warden, but at least gets him low enough to where, should he have to engage... Oh, the timing!
timing!
Double timing, triple timing, quadruple everything timing. 6 is so close. I mean, the kill is on the tip of his tongue. He jumps down, just trying to fight the engagement. But he has no idea where his opponent is gone. pulls out the breaching charge to get rid of the Banshee sitting there waiting for him, but Crim's waiting around the corner. 6 doesn't even check the angle, and UCF now take the lead by storm. A flawless defensive rotation in just their first half.
I'm losing my mind. Siege timing is like
that
the
timing
worst.
is incredible.
Siege time is like the worst esport timing in history, right? Like that.
It really
that's
is.
it just always is the case. You have Val timing, you have CS timing, right? Like you make the joke all the time. I don't know, league timing, it doesn't really make sense to have league timing because you see everything all at once because it's top down. But siege timing is the worst, especially as casters, because it happens so often. Because there's so much map geometry, so much architecture in every single map that could just barely force your sight lines elsewhere and miss things. To hide behind, to escape from behind, to scurry around. However you want to describe it. Bring out an encyclopedia and put every word that means that and just right into a line. It all applies. Siege timing is the worst. They're going to look back at that and be like, well, we had the right idea. Because they weren't wrong. 6 knew where they were going to be going. Just thought that maybe they had already missed it. And that unfortunately was not the case. And a round falls to UCF Academy, giving them now the lead in this series. And a hopeful way for them to continue if you're a UCF Academy fan, which I don't know how many fans are left after the OT win result in map 1, but if you're a UCF Academy fan, because even the UCF Prime players, the main team roster players saying they're rooting for Vespa now.
Are they on the Vespa
Panthers
side?
no longer a part of the team and things like that.
Have they converted?
I don't know how true it is, but it's not a good look anyways.
The inner turmoil, it's just feeding to this story. Panther, meanie head, whatever you want to call him, spawn peeking out of the piano window. It's been successful a couple rounds in a row, but this time around, not to find anyone. You'll have Word and 6 both work their way swiftly up red stairs. This is the aggressive playstyle. The issue is no drones, no information garnering these entries. If there's anyone down here on the 2nd floor sitting in a corner, surely they're to find one and potentially collect 2 kills on the Vespa, which could just turn this round upside down. They've made their way in below reading, though, and they can begin to work vertical play, potentially, onto the mirror as 6 opens up the lower snow balcony door from below. And he dies to truths on the heaven balcony, or the new balcony, rather, because no one has opened up the hatches. Really, really poor out of Vespa, because if that hatch is open, there's no world that player is smoking that.
Nitrocell tossed in towards White Stairs. Boogie not finding anything at the other end of it. The XP with the bailiff as the secondary, trying to clear out that barricade. You can see Word is just almost there to take out this player hiding inside C2 behind wall. They know where they need to place it. They know that they're going to be there because the Grim has sent out the bees. You gotta start using that utility here, Word. They make up for 6 loss earlier. 2 kills in quick succession. JXP will go down on window. The NECC, who's already had such a great showcase, is getting flanked in quickly. Do they know a player within the smoke? They won't, and it's Panther to get the kill instead.
Panther doing a little Stewie 2K impression through the smoke, but Word wins the fight against the Mossberg shotgun and now has his way into sight. The issue is Crim gets the angle, and Firebird is still on the roof. His entire team sent it, and he was the only one that didn't. And now he's in a 1-on-2. 2 members separated, currently isolated by UCF, but he doesn't check the angle for Panther. Waiting in the corner. It's just lazy play. No drones, no team coordination, not a 5-man, everyone going at it take from Vespa. They're just too disjointed, too discoordinated. And now, UCF Academy do have the ultimate tried and true match and series point. And although some may argue that they didn't deserve it back in round number 15 on Oregon, they certainly do here on Cafe.
FYI, he goes by Stu now. It's just Stu.
Stu?
Stu.
I don't follow up to
He doesn't
CS.
he doesn't go by Stewie 2K anymore. He goes by just
I
Stu.
don't follow CS very much anymore. Beef stew?
Why is the who's ever saying it's a dad name? I don't think Stu is a father.
Do you say I don't think Griff is a father?
No, I don't think Stewie 2K is a father.
Okay, I thought you said Herb Servant is a father, and I almost cried.
What in the world? Why would I ever say that? No, I don't think Stewie is a father.
Okay.
Foul behavior, Mason.
Look, let's get the train back.
What do you
the
think
tracks.
of me? What do you think of me? That's so rude.
I thought you were saying like that Steve's not a father's name, and that Herb's not about a father because
Oh
who
my
thinks of
God.
that? And I was like, Scott, you're going too deep. Back out,
That is
buddy.
unbelievable. I am not that mean of a person. I don't think I'm mean in the first place, but that far that would be insane.
Ooh,
No, I do not believe
oh my
Stewie 2K
goodness.
is a father.
My-
And Dan,
my heart
our producer, our producer could probably correct me, but I'm pretty sure he goes by Stu now. That's what his handle is and everything now. So
Yeah, he's smart. He's a smart fella.
he's a CS guy. Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Firebird.
Oh, Nitro?
The C4. Ooh, it just lands mere meters away. But Word finally shuts down Truths, who's up for 14 kills on this map, and gets an opening pick. It's been a long time since we've seen a Vespa opening pick. It's been 5 rounds since we've seen a Vespa opening pick. But here we are, finally. Or 4 rounds in between. It's the last time they got an opening pick was technically 5 rounds ago, including this one. But regardless of the point, they finally get it, and that's the important thing. And now they can continue to march their way through. They've got good pressure on, especially in the Crim, inside of Closet. And Coat, the issue is they're going to just jump at him. 6 up straight through the window with the assistance of the God 6. And that's Coat control now here for Vespa. But Panther's still on the board. Greet finds one as well. And all of a sudden, we're right back to where the man count is evenized at a 3-on-3.
Good making up of a word.
Evenized.
Equalized is the word he wants.
Evenized. Yeah, evenized, equalized.
Evenized just sounds like evil eyes, and that's a piece of utility.
No, evenized, I think, should be okay.
Yeah, you can
All
think
in
a lot
favor
of things.
of voting evenized to become a word. Say aye.
I mean,
Yeah,
to
exactly.
be fair,
My forehead is big enough to make a word. Thank you, Griff.
there you go.
Our,
Yeah,
our wonderful observer.
you could think something and bring it to existence. You're like an X-Men. You're like your own mutant. Yeah, it's a good power.
I'm just having strays hucked at me. By the way, from
50 seconds left on the clock, and UCF Academy on the defense trying to keep Vespa out of the objective. They're making quick work, though. With only 3 players remaining, you have to be very concerned about their lives from this point onwards. They didn't like the idea of swinging in from that back hallway and through Freezer, so they'll rotate Firebird and Nyx off towards balcony main entrance instead. Panther, though, hiding within Bakery. Has the sight lines to maybe cut them down as the barricade has not yet been broken. That castle barricade. He sees the head for just a moment, but did the drone spot them first? It did not. Firebird gets a huge lick of damage taken against them as Panther is tearing them down. They were tired of Nyx getting the limelight last map. 18-6. Make fun of my deaths all you want. I'm reaching 19. GG no re. First map's a fluke. We don't care. UCF Academy will take this series 2-1.
2 big maps for Panther. 2 maps consisting of 19 kills, both on map number 1 and on map number 3. And Panther stepping up big for their team. Really,
Yeah, Krim,
really
it's not a good
incredible.
look. It's not a good look to trash talk at the end of the game when you guys broke the honor of a knife fight. Like,
Yeah, maybe not the best idea, but hey, we can't
Not the
judge
best
too much.
look.
We can't.
it's not the
can't-
best look.
Let them cook, man. Let them eat. Let them have their fun. They got the win. That's the most important thing here for the side of UCF. They won 5 straight rounds there, Scott. Vespa didn't get a single attack. 5 straight rounds after a 4-2 half for Vespa.
Which is crazy considering that the attack was kind of like the good half of most of the teams on the other maps, right? Like, it was kind of like the good way
Attack
to go
was
about
kind
it.
of the wave.
Yeah, but then
in this
Cafe,
series.
total opposite for Vespa. They didn't have really any idea how they wanted to attack that. It's not the best look for them, right? It's like,
Apparently.
I don't know.
Apparently.
But at least you guys didn't cheat in a knife fight in an overtime match
True.
point scenario.
I will
You guys
say.
have that going for you.
I will say, I don't think Vespa or UCF knew about Vespa's Cafe, but after that map, I don't know if Vespa
They're
knew
aware
about
of.
Vespa's
Sorry, we're
Cafe
sorry. We
either.
weren't aware of your game. And your game
I
is
don't think
only on the
Vespa was
defense.
aware of their own game, which
Yeah, and your
wasn't
defense
as good
is
as they
only in your
expected it to
game.
be. Exactly. So unfortunately, Vespa do end up succeeding or superseding. What? Superseding?
Succeeding.
Losing. Whatever the word is. Seceding. They secede. They have left. I don't know. I don't know. They they lose. My brain's fogged. My brain's just done today. Scott.
Yeah, sorry.
Vespa
We're gonna
lose.
send you guys on out of here with
UCF
that.
win. I'm sorry. You guys can sleep on that one because my brain just completely lost it. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
all right.
apologize because
Yeah,
that happened.
you can stop at any point, Mason. We can let
I
me
think I
outro
should just keep
at any
going.
point now.
No.
Thank you guys very much for watching the NECC. You can see the schedule halfway through my face here. So we've got this weird ghosting effect that's going down. You see what went on today. 2-1 Vespa losing. And then the 2-0 victory of UCS. Main roster taking down OCE Sports. Make sure we'll be back tomorrow with more action here. I believe it's League of Legends coming up tomorrow, followed by Overwatch. And then, what's the Friday game? Rocket League. Why is Rocket League now on Fridays? That's so weird to me. Either way, thank you guys very much for watching. We'll see you guys when we're action out the rest of the week. And don't forget to come back next week so we can get back to the real sport here of R6 on Tuesdays.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?